Our first order of business, I'll turn it over to Claire to taunt.
Okay. Before I call the roll, I want to let everybody know that this week we lost John Lynch at the age of 95. To the end, he was a tireless warrior for the character of the coast side. Without him, we would now be living with a 6-lane highway through a state park and through our towns, a subdivision on the Beechwood wetlands, a major development at Wavecrest, RVs and motels at Dunes Beach. And he was the character of the coast side. Even if you didn't know his name, you remember the older gentleman in an Uncle Sam hat collecting signatures up and down the coast. Let's take a moment to remember John and how important he still is to our lives. Okay, moving on. Len Erickson.
Present.
Dan Haggerty.
Present.
Barbara Mathewson.
Present.
Dave Olson.
Present.
Michelle Weil.
Present.
And I am here. We have a total full council.
Okay, thank you, Claire. For our first order of business, we'll take the supervisor's report from Lena.
Hey, let me just pull it up really quick. So good evening, Midcoast Community Council members and members of the community. My name is Lena Silverman, and I am providing to you a report on behalf of Supervisor Don Horsley and the County of San Mateo. Currently, the census data collection is scheduled to end tomorrow because of the Supreme Court's acceptance of the federal appeal. As of last week, San Mateo County continued to maintain the highest self-response rate of any county in California with a rate of 78.3%. The county has worked with nonprofit partners to ensure that we count as many people as we can, which is so important because it ensures that our community is given the resources that it deserves. On to COVID-19. San Mateo County is continuing the COVID-19 response. Based on the state's criteria, every county in California is assigned on a tier based on its test positivity, adjusted case rate, and the new equity metric. So I'm just going to give a little info on that because it's pretty new. This new equity metric looks at the area of each county that falls into the lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index census tracts. And if that's confusing to you, it was confusing to me too. So I'll put some information in the chat that explains that further. There are 4 tiers from widespread to minimal. Our county's adjusted case rate and equity metric fell into the lower category. Unfortunately, we will remain in red for a minimum of 2 more weeks because we did not fall within the lower category for test positivity per 100,000 people. There are currently 2 testing centers in the county, one of which is static and one that is rotating. In total, these 2 sites have a testing capacity of around 5,000 tests per week, and we have not reached that capacity, so we encourage people to go to them. I will put more information about where they are and when you can go in the chat. Additionally, with COVID information, the county is following the state's direction to discourage traditional trick-or-treating this year, as well as large gatherings for both Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. If you want some resources concerning Halloween and Dia de los Muertos, I will include those in the chat below as well. And then in response to the recent call for action regarding fire and fuel load risk in San Mateo County, Supervisor Horsley, who represents the coast side, called a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors for a study session titled Fuel Load Reduction and Weed Eradication this morning. We had 3 amazing speakers, one of which we're lucky enough to have with us today, Kellix Nelson, which I think we will hear from later in this meeting. Luckily, I think the link was posted on the website, on the MCC website by Len or Dave, I think. So you can get access to that if you weren't able to attend, but I will also post the link in the chat below. Additionally, in regards to fire, due to the elevated temperatures and wind, PG&E has alerted the county community that some are going to experience power shutoffs that will start tonight at 8 p.m. It will be for approximately 48 hours. PG&E has set up 2 community resource centers where residents can receive water, air conditioning, and power charging. And to check if your address may be impacted, I will also include that link because I know that's a big concern. Regards to the parallel trail, we had some questions about this, it's also referred to as the Midcoast Multimodal Trail, if you want to look it up. It is being built for both pedestrians and cyclists. There have been some delays due to both setbacks regarding unexpected roadblocks as well as the pandemic. However, the project has maintained momentum and is on track to begin construction in the spring of 2021. Currently, we do not have a projected end date. If you have any questions about the project, I will include the point of contact from the county and the links and links to more information below. Almost done. Funding for the Great Plates delivered San Mateo County has been extended through November 7, 2020. Currently, more than 2,500 participants are enrolled in the program, and it provides 3 meals a day to older adults throughout the county who are at heightened risk due to COVID-19 and are unable to prepare or obtain meals of their own. These are all my updates this evening, and I would like to open up to any questions, and I will share all those things that I just mentioned in the chat below as well.
Okay, thank you, Lena. Are there any questions from the council? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I have one. So on the parallel trail, you said there's no completion date. Is that for some uncertainties, or they just aren't able to project that yet?
That's a great question. As of right now, they just haven't really projected it because they already have experienced so many delays. So as of what I found out today is that they just don't have that information. They don't exactly know even exactly when this spring it will start. But I will definitely update you as soon as I know more about it. One of my colleagues, Bray Hunter, is working very closely on this to try and maintain momentum. So I can make sure I keep you the MCC updated as things.
Okay, great, thank you. Dan Haggerty, a question?
Yes, thank you, Lena, for your report. I was on the call, the meeting this morning, and I was pretty impressed. But I do have specific questions. Not sure if you can get back to the MCC. You probably can't answer right now, but I'm very interested in some of the specific science that Nicholas Calderon is going to be looking for before any work is done at Quarry Park. Clearly, there's going to be a need for a plan, a work plan for reducing the eucalyptus. But as far as the science, I'm just very interested in what he's, some more details about that. Thank you.
So that's a wonderful question. And I actually think I could get you that within the week. I think he does have kind of the rough idea of what processes they're using. So I definitely can get that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Sid Young.
Okay, hi. I just got home. I was over on the other side of the slide. So excuse me if you just covered it before I was able to log in. But did you mention anything about the tunnel?
Great question. I did not. And what in particular are you?
Okay, well, there was some really huge things being staged right down at Pedro Point, a huge one on the back of a truck in a big box that was all wrapped up, and then 2 or 3 on the parking area on the west side of the highway south of the tunnel. And I just wondered if maybe they're going to install a generator, a backup generator to the tunnel.
Yes,
anybody know? Oh, good. Yay. Thank you.
That's why it's closed evenings this week.
Well, I didn't. This is the first time I went out.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions for Lena? Okay. So next we have Harvey Roback here from Half-Moon Bay. Harvey?
Thank you, Lynn. I want to reiterate what Claire said about John Lynch. He was a real champion for the coast side. I worked with him on a number of projects, and up until close to his death at the age of 95, he was still incredibly active, going around on his scooter, collecting votes, going to the farmer's market, an example for all of us. So I really share in our loss for a great champion. I have a couple of updates that apply to the Midcoast. I'm sure the land use plan update is of interest because it directly and indirectly affects a lot of things that happen on the Midcoast. We extended the time for public input because it's such an important thing and we had so many comments. So right now on the 20th, 6 days from now, the City Council is going to take up the final public hearing on the land use plan. If the City Council approves the land use plan, it then goes to the Coastal Commission for certification. So it's 7 years in the making. If you have comments, we will accept them, but you really should get them in as soon as possible. The other thing that I think also affects the Midcoast, you have on your agenda tonight the Caltrans so-called self-improvement plan or improvement plan for Highway 1. The Caltrans presented that to the City Council last week, and we had a very lively discussion. All the City Council members had comments, and in the end, the City Council decided that we would direct our city manager to send a letter to Caltrans unanimously opposing their production of the signs and sensors in Half Moon Bay. So there's one sign that they want to put up there. I think there's 2 more on the Midcoast. So it'll be interesting to see what the MCC has to say about that. So that concludes my report. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, seeing no questions for you,
There's
Harvey.
2 questions.
Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you. 2 things. One, just to remind everybody how to raise their hand to ask a question or make a statement. If you go into chat and you look at the bottom of the list of names, on the far left-hand side, it says raise hand, blue hand. Just check on that and they'll be monitoring that. For Harvey, you have traditionally held coffee clutches to get informal comment on City Council business. Is that still taking place?
Yes, every 2 weeks, 2 City Council people attend the coffee clutch, which obviously is virtual now. So that's still going on, and the city will be sending out notices about when and who is going to attend them.
Okay, and that's open to Midcoast residents as well, correct?
It's open to everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Harvey. Sid, your hand is up, I believe, again now. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Is this a question for Harvey?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Me? Okay, I just wanted you to repeat the date that your land use plan public comments have to be due.
I'm trying to remember myself.
I said it just now.
Yeah.
When's the meeting again? The 20th?
It's clear the meeting is October 20th. That's,
Okay. So before that, then probably.
Well, actually, I think if you want to get your comments responded to and included in the staff reports, you need to get them in by, I believe, tomorrow night at 5 is the deadline. If you wanted to send them in later, they'll still be responded to at the meeting, but they won't be included in the staff report.
Thank you, Harvey.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Chris Johnson, did you have a question for Harvey or were you going to give a report?
Thanks, Len. I was going to give a report whenever that is appropriate.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I'm a member of the Cosign Design Review Committee. I'm the El Granada community representative. And the chairperson for the CDRC has asked me to kind of give a monthly update to the MCC about what's going on with CDRC. In addition to doing hearings on individual projects each month, we also have about an hour to an hour and a half at the beginning of each meeting where we discuss topics relevant to the CDRC. There's also a public comment period during that time. So the chairperson, Beverly Garrity, has asked me to update the MCC on a couple of things we talked about last week. And she has wisely given me a prepared statement. So she knows me well. So I will stick to the prepared statement, which I've already given to Claire. You can learn more about any of these topics on the CDRC webpage on the San Mateo County website and read the chairperson's report. The URL is a big, long URL. So just if you type in CDRC chair reports, you'll see them. Okay, the main topic we've been discussing the last few months is story polls. Currently, there's no ordinance that requires story polls, which was a surprise to the CDRC. Or other spatial representations indicating demonstration of project scale. There's no requirement that that be displayed prior to a project hearing. Instead, the CDRC is operating under a policy, which was last revised in May of this year, that states that failure to use story polls or other visual methods to demonstrate project scale may result in denial of project. That hasn't happened, but it may, I guess, potentially. The CDRC believes demonstration of project scale prior to a project hearing should be a requirement and has sent a letter to county staff requesting this requirement. County staff is currently developing, drafting a work plan for developing a demonstration of scale ordinance and submitting it to a formal public review process. That was an important part of our discussion. Completion of this work plan is currently date uncertain, although Lisa Ketchum informed the CDRC today that at their planning commissioners meeting this week, the planning secretary forwarded a letter from October 6th of this year from the CDRC regarding the standards for story polls. The planning secretary forwarded this letter to the planning commissioners, and Director Steve Monowich mentioned this letter in his report, saying that the project will lead to a proposal for the planning commission to consider in the future. So all of that, if I can re-summarize, CDRC is working on developing the policies that will hopefully become an ordinance requiring story polls or other spatial representations. County staff is working on that, taking CDRC input, and then they will make some kind of presentation to the planning commission regarding that, and hopefully it will become an ordinance and then a rule, a law, an actual requirement instead of a policy. The other major thing that we were looking at was, so the CDRC, if you're not familiar, looks at all residential and mixed use projects in the Midcoast zone against a set of community standards for the community with regard to design. This purview includes several different zoning districts, and the CDRC does not currently review commercial-only projects. The CDRC feels that for aesthetic consistency and to support the spirit and intent of the cosign design review standards, the CDRC is interested in expanding its purview as well as public input and comment into commercial projects in commercial zoning districts in the Midcoast zone. It was the CDRC wanted me to stress that the CDRC members feel that for aesthetic consistency and the spirit of the standards, commercial should also fall under their review. But by bringing it under CDRC review, it gives right now, those are ministerial decisions. This would bring it to the public forum and allow a lot more public input and comment about these decisions. And it would be a public decision made in a public meeting. So that's one of the reasons we want to have purview over commercial projects. This would change, though, would require an update to the local coastal program for San Mateo County. And right now, the CDRC is debating whether to pursue this LCP update independently or to combine it with other proposed updates to the design review standards that are currently being considered by the CDRC. And that's it. And if you have any questions, I can dodge them if I can. Answer them.
Okay. If anyone has a question for Chris, could you go ahead and raise your hand in the manner Claire indicated? Okay. Don't say thanks a lot for that update, Chris.
Thanks, Glenn.
Are there any announcements or other public officials here who would like to speak? If so, could you raise your hand on the, okay, don't see anyone else. Okay, the next item on our agenda are public comments and announcements. These are comments for items that are not on our agenda. If anyone would like to speak to items not on our agenda, could you please raise your hand? Sid Young, go ahead.
Hi, I noticed that Fire Captain Jonathan Cox is on the call tonight, and it's been my request for a long time for him to go over the Zonehaven and explain to people how they sign up so that they get notified, because I think I saw next door a lot of people from Pacifica specifically who weren't in the actual evacuation zone, but they were very confused about it. So I don't know if you've put him on the agenda, but I would love if you could give him a moment just to speak about that.
Let's see. Fire Marshal, could you raise your hand, please?
It's not a fire marshal.
Yeah, it's Jonathan. I'm here, Deputy Chief Cox for County Fire as well as Coastside Fire. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we do have, fire items as our first agenda item, but could you speak to the specific questions Sid had?
Yeah, for sure. So the Zonehaven platform is the county-wide evacuation management platform that the Board of Supervisors funded over the last 18 months that is, regardless of agency, kind of a single centralized system for managing evacuations. It was actually going to be rolled out publicly this fall. We were able to use it before the public launch for the CZU Lightning Complex. We had a call today actually with a developer. We're looking at about a November 15th public launch of the platform itself. And really what it'll be is it'll be a single platform for people to see whether they're in an evacuation zone and what the status of evacuations are as disasters occur. The platform's real intent is a single communication tool for first responders on the field to minimize the time between when they call for an evacuation to when a person is notified. And that's a phased approach, starting with a website, then going to text messaging, linking with SMC alerts, and eventually WIAs. We have already signed a contract, Zonehaven has, with Waze, the application for traffic routing to be able to coordinate traffic exiting from an area in a fashion that uses the data of the evacuations. So that is the latest on it. We should have a public rollout about mid-November that'll come from the county level. And this is funded for all agencies, all parts of the county. And you should hear quite a bit more about it when it does go public. But it's an exciting new tool and something that we're really excited about to have on the coast.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. I don't see any other hands for this item, so we're going to proceed next to the consent agenda. There are two items on the consent agenda, the September 9th minutes and the September 23rd minutes, both posted for approval.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Barb. Okay. Claire, could you call the roll?
Len Erickson,
Yes.
Dan Haggerty,
Yes.
Barbara Matthews,
Yes.
Dave Olson,
Yes.
Michelle Weil,
Yes.
and I vote yes, passes 6-0.
Okay. Thank you, Claire. We're going to move to the regular agenda next. We have 4 items on the regular agenda, each with a presentation and then comment. Each one has a somewhat separate character, but in terms of discussion, we'll follow the regular order. After the speaker is concluded, we'll have clarifying questions from the council and take questions from the public. And finally, the council will discuss the item as is appropriate for each of those items. There's several items here to discuss, so appreciate everybody being brief and to the point, and we will hold on the 3-minute limit for comments and questions. Okay, first up, and before doing this is on fire prevention, and as noted by Lena, and in her presentation, there was a presentation by the study session by the supervisors on fire prevention. It was really a major effort and kicked off some initiatives coming from the county. And I asked Supervisor Horsley to come just to make a few comments about this. This is not his presentation or taking comments, but it was a major effort on his part. So Supervisor Horsley, could you say a few words?
Thanks, Len, and thanks for inviting me this evening. And I thought it was really an excellent study session. It lasted about 3 hours. It is taped, and I see that tonight you have Sheena Sadouf, who runs our actually runs the county's fire safe program, and Kellex Nelson from the RCD, and Jonathan Cox, the deputy chief from CAL FIRE. For me to try to summarize it, I can't really do justice for it, but what we pointed out is that for me, one that's really a priority is getting rid of the eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus to me is an obnoxious weed, but we have something in a neighborhood of, like, for example, in Quarry Park, it's in a neighborhood of about 40 acres, and each acre, to clear an acre, costs in a neighborhood about $134,000. So we're not going to be able to, we're not going to, because of the fact that we have so many, I guess, I would say dangerous spots throughout the coast, from along the highway up into Pacifica into Half Moon Bay, we also, it turns out, to my great surprise, is that most of the really significant fire areas really are on the 280-101 corridor, which I think surprised all of us, but maybe it shouldn't have, because we have all that watershed and open space as well. So what I did ask, it was, I think I have about 9 different things I asked our county manager to pursue. And I did ask our Parks Department to pursue, come back to the board with a list of at least 10 high priority projects for us to focus on. It is going to take funding. It's going to take a lot of work. It's not just a county problem, by the way. It's like it belongs to, if you really think about it, eucalyptus were not planted by the county. They were planted, it turns out, in the early 20th century, when that famous architect, Daniel Byrne, wanted to subdivide and create the community of El Granada. It was really, we were showing pictures from what El Granada looked like before the housing. It was essentially bare of trees. And what the developers did was that they planted eucalyptus so they could sell parcels to people, with the idea that there was this wonderful forest that surrounded them. Well, that forest has grown over the past 100+ years. Quarry Park wasn't something that the county originally obtained. It was originally private property. It was then purchased by Post, and then they turned it over to the county, and we are now running it for the benefit of the community, to run it as a county park. So that's our responsibility to deal with it. We have done some fire breaks in Quarry Park, and we'll continue to do more. But we can't just focus on one area. We're going to have to focus on a whole series of areas. I think one of the really interesting things that Jonathan touched on was the Zone Haven project. When we first started that, both myself and Supervisor Canepa, we were concerned about the potential for, or how do we plan for evacuation? Not necessarily only for wildland fires, but what about an earthquake? What about tsunami? What about other kinds of potential disasters? And this is really a rather remarkable system. It was used to evacuate 80,000 people safely. I'm not sure we could have done it as safe as it was done without that system. So the county is committed. We're going to have to work with a number of our partners. It's going to take the city of Half Moon Bay, city of Pacifica. It's going to take Caltrans. It's going to take private property owners, and it's going to take organizations like Post, GTNRA, Coastal Conservancy. But it's something that I'm determined to. We're going to work on this, and we're going to make sure that this county is safe, that we don't have one of these disastrous Oakland Hills fires and do our best. I've been working on this for years. And by the way, one of the things when I started the study session today, I pointed out that when I was the sheriff, we worked with FireSafe. We used the inmate crews to deal with a fuel load reduction. So it's not something that the county or that I've been unaware of. It's just that, in the past, we've had people who really didn't want us to do it. They really, frankly, thought, oh, the butterflies live in the eucalyptus. As Alex pointed out, that's really not good habitat for birds or butterflies. So, it really needs to. We need to replace it with more native species, and so we're determined to do that. It's going to take a lot of effort.
Okay, Supervisor, we thank you for your
end with that and let the speakers give you more.
enough. Okay, our speaker for this item is Kellix Nelson from the Resource Conservation District. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Kellix.
Thank you. I think that Sheena is going to share a screen. So I'm going to pass the torch tonight to Sheena Sidhu, who manages our Forest Health and Fire Resilience Program. I look forward to people getting to know her and hearing more from her directly and less from me. For those who don't know me, I'm the executive director of the San Mateo Resource Conservation District, or RCD, and I'll explain a little bit about what that is in a moment. And so I was asked to talk a little bit about our fire resilience program, particularly as it pertains to eucalyptus. So, Sheena, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide, I think that I'll just explain. I think that some of you know what the RCD is so well, you could pretty much give a presentation about the RCD. And some of you keep hearing our name, but don't know what that means. And some of you have never heard about us because we're the best kept secret. And tonight I hope to change that. So resource conservation districts, formerly called soil conservation districts, there's about 100 of these special districts throughout California. Kids, mommy's working. Can you please? Sorry, that's my world right now. So there's about 100 of these districts throughout California. The first one in the state was formed right here in San Mateo County in 1939. And we exist in partnership with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we function basically like a nonprofit in that even though we're government, subject to government code established in the Public Resources Code, subject to the Brown Act and those sorts of things, we depend upon grants and a nonprofit business model to be able to do our work. We have no regulatory authorities and no mandate for a particular outcome. We exist for the purpose of helping people help the land. And part of the reason that that matters is it means that we are, Sheena, if you don't mind advancing the slides. We basically do whatever is necessary to help with natural resource management. We provide assistance in very diverse ways in multiple program areas based on what it is that we're asked to do. We respond to our constituents' requests and needs. As a result, we've developed programs around water quality, water availability, climate mitigation, habitat enhancement, agricultural viability, and our most recent program area in response to community concerns is around forest health and fire resilience. And because we're non-regulatory, we're often invited to work on private lands. And because we don't have a particular mandate, our jurisdiction enables us to work across boundaries, across public and private lands, across interests at whatever scale is required to support the community and conservation goals. I also want to note that as we talk about forest health and fire resilience, I actually, years ago, I've been working in this area now for about 17 years. Initially, I managed the Quarry Park property when I worked for Post 17 years ago when it was the Wicklow property. At that point, already starting to think about fuel load reduction. And I've seen a real evolution in the community's thinking about eucalyptus in this area, which we'll talk about at a later slide. So why don't I go ahead and pass it off to Sheena. Thanks, Sheena.
Thanks, Kellex. Hi, everybody. My name is Sheena Sidhu. I'm the program manager for our Forest Health and Fire Resiliency at the San Mateo RCD. And I know some of you also from the other hat I wear as the coordinator for the Fire Safe Council. So it's nice to see some of you that I know. And I also make this an open invitation for you to join our Fire Safe Council. I can share some information about that later. But today I wanted to talk about our response in recovery to the most recent fires, as well as our ongoing resiliency work that we do at the RCD. And in the last few presentations we've done, we've shared this graphic, which is just to highlight that we are in a new era of fire in California. These are the largest fires that have happened just this year. I think this is actually slightly outdated. I think there was another fire that got added to this list. And this CZU fire in our area is not even on this list, even though it's been quite devastating. I also wanted to share that we're here to talk about eucalyptus and surrounding on the coast and surrounding El Granada. And I just want to share that this hits home for me. I know very much and understand very much the fear that some folks have about that. That fear was very real to me when I first moved to the Bay Area. I first moved to El Granada a few years ago. I rented a place that was just a couple of houses down from the top of El Granada Boulevard. And after a few years of living here, I had my first baby, and I spent those early months sitting in my bed, nursing her in that half dreamy, half lucid, wake, weird phase that I was. And my window looked out, from my bedroom window looked out on the eucalyptus grove. And this is also when the Sonoma fires were happening. And I just remember having these scary, vivid dreams in my weird, dreamy wake state as I'm nursing my baby of a fire just ripping down through the eucalyptus grove. And it was very scary. And what would happen? It would happen. I knew it would happen so fast. How would I get my baby and my family out? And that fear is real. And I still stays with me. And so when I hear calls, I receive a lot of calls from the community about folks that are concerned about this and want something to be done. I hear you loud and clear. So I wanted to share that with everybody. So let me go in a little bit into our response, our response to the CZU fires that just happened. This fire response is actually not the area of RCD, but it was not something we were planning to do. It's not something we hope we need to do again in the future, but it was something that we responded to immediately. We found there was a need. We were able to be nimble. We were able to work with our partners to respond to some very real needs. One of the key things that we were able to do is that we had an ongoing project with county parks and open space district in the Dark Gulch area. Maybe some of you heard Kellex mention this at the meeting earlier today. It was also shared in our RCD newsletter that we had a crew out there already working as the fire was approaching, and there was a need to help create a front to stop the fire in the area. So quickly and nimbly, Parks and the contractor RCD was able to just quickly and nimbly create that line of defense and help stop the fire. That prevented the fire from extending into La Honda, Woodside, and even into Santa Clara County. That would have been a 3-county fire if that had happened. And it's just an illustration of how this is literally the fire is slowly creeping up and the crews are working, and we're just able to nimbly react without concern of who was going to do the funding. We just knew that we would be able to react on this. We had the equipment, we had the crews, everybody was willing and able. It showed and illustrates that the trust we already had with our partners to confront this coming fire. And it's something that we're proud of and that we carry through all of our work. One thing, so as I just mentioned, we weren't expecting to do that immediate response, but one thing that we are able to do is help with recovery. RCDs are made for recovery. This is where RCD does help with soil recovery, with hazardous tree removal, with creek health. These are all things that our neighbors that have been directly impacted by the fires are concerned about on their land. And this is where RCD has been going out. We've been providing the technical guidance. We've been working with our neighbors, with our partners to help with this fire recovery. Just a little snapshot of what we've been doing. Right away, we worked with our partners at the Santa Cruz County Resource Conservation District to host a series of webinars to help with the protecting your land after wildfire. These webinars are still available online too, if you are interested in checking them out. They're on our website. And I like this image of all of us talking in a circle in the bottom. This is when this is the first visit we did out to help with post-fire recovery, and this is soon, just a couple of weeks after the fires initially started. A lot of our staff, a lot of the folks out there just really hadn't been out with the community since COVID started. So we're all there with our masks for the fire and also for COVID, standing in a circle with our social distance, but listening to each other and being ready to respond to needs. And I just really like how that illustrates that we were able to act right away with our partners and move forward in recovery. So response recovery, those are things we've done for the fire right now. But our core mission in the Forest Health and Fire Resiliency Program is resiliency, is working to build community fire resiliency. So I'll just go a little bit into our resiliency efforts. These can be you can view these out on a scale that we work at like the community level, and then we scale up also to the regional level. We collaborate across borders, across land, and with multiple partners in our overall resilience efforts to make it a stronger, more resilient San Mateo County. Many of you are familiar with our chipping program. We are going to have a chipping event on October 26th and 27th in El Granada. So the chipping event is to help homeowners create that critical defensible space and reduce fuel on their properties. One thing I really like about the chipping program is, everybody to a degree should be doing this already, but with an organized chipping event, we're not only helping to reduce some of the costs that an individual homeowner might incur, because you chip and then you chip the vegetation or collect the vegetation and we chip it, but also it initiates the whole community to work together simultaneously, and that's building that community level resiliency. So here's a quick flyer. Hopefully you've been seeing it around. We put some banners up too for our shipping events. And if you have any other questions, you can contact me about it. And then also for permitting. So in 2011, RCD worked on addressing regulatory obstacles to eucalyptus control in San Mateo County. I think many of you have seen it. I think this has come up in several conversations with folks that are concerned about eucalyptus. It addresses the barriers that we have. It's available on our website if you'd like to review. We're also working on programmatic and streamlined permitting. What we want to do through streamlining permitting efforts is that we want to make it easier to do fuel reduction work. So one thing that we're doing is we're trying to work, we are working currently, I'm presently working with Steve Monowitz to work on a programmatic permit to help with the tree ordinance. So that is one of the requests that I've received from many folks. And we're also working on with the coastal development permit with the coastal commission to streamline those efforts as well, because we don't want that to be a burden in establishing these much needed fuel reduction projects. So those are two areas that we've identified that there's that barrier on that back end. We have the ideas of what we want to do and where the barriers are, and that's where we can help facilitate making it easier. On the larger scale, the regional scale that I was mentioning, we also have a many forest health projects. We are currently working on a forest health grant that covers not only areas of San Mateo County, but also we are working in partnership with the RCD in Santa Cruz County to identify areas that need fuel reduction. So what I'm talking about in forest health is what is a healthy forest? I think to many people, maybe the casual observer, you might look in a forest and see like the dense green vegetation, and it might appear to be healthy because many things are growing, but like a person within that might be have a more nuanced view, or like a forester would see that. And what they want to see when there's a healthy forest is that there's trees of different ages and sizes. There's actually openings in the forest. It's not so densely, it doesn't have such much dense vegetation. And that's what we're striving for, because ultimately a healthy forest is a managed forest. And that might not make intuitive sense, because sometimes we just have, many people have adopted that feeling that like something being wild is what might be the most healthy. But we know, particularly in our ecosystem, that fires were very reoccurring in our area. We know that if you've ever lived on the East Coast, that in those moist, wet summers, things decompose. But in California, where we have a dry summer, what is eating up all that little material that's in the forest? It's actually the fires are help to clean out that excess vegetation and the excess material. And it's, for folks that are coming from the East Coast, that might be like a paradigm shift to realize how that fire is so integral to our ecosystem. And I just bring that up because we are understanding that a healthy forest is a managed forest. And in decades past, where there were such intense efforts for fire suppression, we ended up having such a buildup of fuel that now there's just a collective effort, academic, scientific support that is supporting that idea that a healthy forest is a managed forest. Forests in our natural landscapes are already getting affected by human impacts. We live so closely with nature. So it's something to recognize. A healthy forest also would include low intensity fires, would also include high biodiversity. So that's something that we want to strive for. However, that's in stark contrast to the eucalyptus issue, right? That's not necessarily a healthy forest, because those are not the natural trees. Those are exotic trees. So Supervisor Horsley was earlier talking about the picture of El Granada in 1910. So this is actually that very image that he was talking about. This is 1910, and this is Blue Gum Lane, I believe it was what it's called. So this was a little strip of eucalyptus and the otherwise coastal scrub that was natural to the environment. And now this is present day with the eucalyptus that have grown at such a rapid speed.
Gina, can I pop in on this one? Is that okay?
I actually wanted to, I know you have a little more experience with thoughts about this.
I'm also aware of how much time we have, so I'll be kind of brief on this point. But so Sheena touched on the fact that that part of our program is to manage for forest health. And just to be clear, we do not consider eucalyptus healthy forest to be managed. Eucalyptus is a weed. And in the photo on the left here shows El Granada in its natural state, which is essentially coastal scrub. I want to put this image in here because I want people to think about what you're asking for as a community and just kind of manage expectations. About 17 years ago, when I started working in this area, people when we talked about removing eucalyptus, a lot of people's concern was about Daniel Burnham's vision and architectural heritage. And I've seen an evolution in that thinking. And a lot of what we're hearing now is a lot of people really wanting to remove the eucalyptus right away. And so I kind of just want to do a little bit of talking about what that means and a little bit expectations management. So the picture on the left is what El Granada and the area around El Granada, the Midcoast, would look like in its natural state, its coastal scrub. That little line of trees in there is Blue Gum Lane, and that was the original planting, but it grows rapidly and it's a fuel load, and that's what you see on the right, which is really scary. Eucalyptus is a strong fire risk. It contributes to erosion. It impairs water quality. It draws down water resources. It damages habitat. It is not the best habitat for monarch butterflies, etc. Another thing that I want to note here is that it is very costly to eradicate. And so I think it takes a community. There's going to be a lot of different players involved in financing really robust management of this fuel load. And everybody needs to think about what role they can play in it, not just what everybody else can do. We estimate, depending with steep slopes and in the coastal zone, in managing the biomass and the permitting and prevailing wage compliances for public works projects, et cetera, you're looking at maybe $100,000 or more per acre. So Quarry Park, that would be tens of millions of dollars, just that one property. And I think that that's a conversation that we should have. And I also wanted to note Greg, who I believe is on this meeting, who is also in the study session this morning, asked about why we weren't just focused on lopping the crowns, why we were looking at just limbing or not we, but the CAL FIRE in the county. And if during question and answer, we want to talk about which approaches to take when at different scales with different resources or permitting requirements, we'd be happy to do that. I understand that we're running out of time a little bit, so I think that probably we can just clip through the next couple of slides, and then anything you want to talk about in Q&A, we can do.
Sure. This is just to highlight, just to wrap it up, this is to highlight that all of this is done in partnership and in collaboration. We received a commitment of $475,000 from the county. This has also been leveraged into $2.9 million from several grants to do work in the community. We partner across landowners. And if you have any questions about any of these resources, I'm happy to help. And this includes prioritization and projects that the community considers high priority. I think that's it. So we can go into questions if we have time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheena. For our questions here, we have two areas. One is fire prevention, et cetera. The other relates to emergency actions, evacuations. But I'd like to open it first to the council to go through clarifying questions you might have. And I'd like to start with Dan.
Yes, thank you. I have a number of questions, and Len, if you'd like to break them up and spin it around, that's fine. Just prefer that it not be done in mid thought or mid question. Okay, so let's see. As far as the chipping programs, could you just very briefly explain? I'm guessing that it's set up that there will be a chipper at a certain site, and a homeowner or whoever is doing the private property tree removal or branch removal will load it in their truck and then drive it down to this site, and they will be able to just take it out of their truck and throw it in the chipper. And
for El Granada, we'll be doing
if they want, or just leave it.
For El Granada, we'll be doing curbside chipping. So community members are just required to collect their vegetation, put it in a nice, neat pile, 8 by 10 feet. There's guidelines on any flyers that you might have received or on the website. And then the chipping crew will come around. We have some designated high priority streets that we'll be visiting. And we're hoping to expand it to even more streets as this program continues. But this is a curbside chipping event.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, thank you. We're going to go next to Claire. Do you have any questions or comments?
I'm going to hold off at this point.
Okay. Dave?
nothing really to add, although I'll say in 1910, there had already been 100 years of cattle grazing. And for thousands of years before that, the Indians had been burning the land because their form of agriculture depended on encouraging a lot of the plants that required fire. And they were also looking for graze for deer.
And Dave, if I may add, even before that, there were large herbivores and grazers on the landscape. So this landscape has evolved with continuous impact.
Michelle, Barb, I'm sorry, Barb is next. Any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was great watching it this morning and again tonight. I'm just wondering if you're planning the chipping program for Montero or Moss Beach?
Yes, we'd like to. We're trying to identify some dates that we can possibly do it as soon as this November. And if not, it will definitely be happening in the spring.
Great, thank you.
Michelle, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time. I just also wanted to thank you both for the presentation tonight and also this morning. It was really helpful to understand, especially the background of the history behind everything. You know, the fact that almost all of our large fires have been in the last 20 years. And I really enjoyed seeing the picture of El Granada prior to the planting of the eucalyptus trees. So that was really insightful. Thank you.
Okay. Dan, you have another question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Sheena, can you briefly maybe comment on a typical science study prior to a tree removal project of small scale or large scale?
Mm-hmm. Just in general?
Yes, please.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Dan? Are you referring to the prioritization of where a project would be done, or scoping out how to do a project?
I think.
Let me ask a different clarifying. Is this following up on Nicholas this morning talking about the effort that the county wants to do to determine where they want to take actions?
A little bit, yes, that's part of it, but it also kind of evolves into a general question.
Do you want me to?
I mean, like a specific study. There, actually, just
science study.
Sure. Yeah. Earlier this week, I was actually reading more, preparing for this about eucalyptus and how it's impacted by potential, do you manage for the fuel at the bottom of the limbs and ladder fuels, or do you manage for the crown? And so to answer that, there is some concern that because once the fire reaches the canopy of a eucalyptus grove, it will go ablaze, right? So should we be focusing on the canopy? That actually refers back to a question that we had earlier at the Board of Supervisors meeting. But the quick way to answer that is it is way more destructive once it would hit the canopy, but the best way to reduce that risk would be to reduce that ladder fill, especially with the way that the bark strips from the eucalyptus. So it just reminded me of that question that occurred at the Board of Supervisors meeting early this morning, that that person who asked the question was absolutely right, that the canopy would be way more destructive, but that's why the focus would be on the ladder fuels. I can try to dig that up again if you'd like to see that.
Okay, thank you. Dan, I'd like to go next to see if there's people in the community who would like to ask questions at this point. If there are, could you please raise your hand on Zoom? Just give a moment for that. Okay, we have Chris Johnson.
Hi, thanks, Lynn. I guess my questions are more, I'm not opposed to the thinning of the eucalyptus and to dealing with it, but in the discussion, I'm not hearing enough things that are worrisome points for me. And I guess I just want to pose these as not necessarily rhetorical, but not oppositional questions, but I'm just curious what the position of the parties involved are. I guess, Kellix, you're probably the one to best answer that, although whoever, I'm sorry, whoever will answer it. One is looking at the thinning that was done in the eucalyptus in Quarry Park. I think about the statement, a healthy forest is a managed forest. And I worry about the litter that was talked about, that Sheena talked about. To me, the litter is a critical element of the healthy forest. And I understand that, the fuel load situation, but when I think about how many organisms and animals must have been disrupted and killed in that really with a bludgeon removal of undergrowth in Quarry Park last year, how do we reconcile that with this idea of biodiversity and keeping the environment healthy? And then again, a kind of a rhetorical or hypothetical question would be, what state do we intend to return the coast side to? Because as Dave knows and other people, the picture that we saw from 1910 or whenever that picture was, that doesn't reflect a natural native state of the coast side either. There was burning of the coastside hills for hundreds of years by the native people. So what state are we talking about returning it back to? So those are just a couple questions I'd be interested in Kelix's response. Thank you very much.
Sure. So the first one regarding biodiversity, and incidentally, Sheena is a PhD entomologist with focus on ecosystem services. So she, I'll talk, but she knows more than I do about this. While it is certainly true that there are living things in this forest, and you find living things on a sand dune, you find living things in, microorganisms in the ice of Antarctica, it's also true that the allelopathy, the oils and the chemical composition of the eucalyptus forest has one of the things it does is it makes it so that duff doesn't break down the same way that you see in the other forests around here. So you don't have the same kind of soil building and microbial activity and invertebrate activity that makes for healthy soils and the food web as you would typically know it. The other thing is that because it's such an aggressive plant and because of that allelopathy, those chemicals, it suppresses a lot of the understory growth that you'll see. That's part of the reason why in Quarry Park, so much of the understory that you see is actually other invasive weeds and not the kind of habitat that you see that supports threatened and endangered species on the coast and other biodiversity. There are organisms that are in there, and they tend to be organisms that can survive in a eucalyptus forest and would also survive other places, but then you're not seeing the organisms that need native habitat to survive. So that's my sort of general synopsis about the biodiversity. The example that I used in the study session with the Board of Supervisors this morning is that's like saying you need to have McDonald's on every corner because we need to feed our children. While it's true that McDonald's, provides food, that is not the nutrition that you want in your community, right? So consider eucalyptus to be McDonald's, and it's not what you're looking for, even if it provides food. Regarding what are you returning to, that is a red herring, and I'm not going to take the bait, and I'll tell you why. Entire PhD theses can be talked about that. I have been in so many restoration planning activities where people want to talk about that. It's almost irrelevant. The fact is that we have an altered landscape. And while it's true that humans have done a lot of this impact for thousands of years, before that it was other critters, before it was us. And at this point, it is an altered landscape. It's less about when we want to return it to and more about what you want to manage it for. And if the goals are around biodiversity and reduced fuel load, those goals would invite solutions that involve managing eucalyptus. There was a time when the goals were different, and that's why eucalyptus was introduced. Eucalyptus was introduced because it was fast growing and because it had an aesthetic value. The goals now appear to be different, and so that would invite a different solution.
Okay, thank you. Next up from the community, we have Greg Diegas.
Gina, thanks for looking into that question I asked this morning. I do think we have an issue with trade-offs here because of the money and time frame. And I don't expect an answer, but I think we have to consider how much money we spend doing things like the thinning that was done at Quarry Park, as opposed to outright removal of the eucalyptus. So that's something that I think it's going to take a spreadsheet and a few scenarios to evaluate.
Well, Greg, just to clarify, that wasn't just about cost. That was one of the governor's projects that came under that executive order that had to be accomplished within a year. And so it's not possible to do all of the permitting that's required during that time frame.
Okay, but that's the kind of thing we'll need to understand. What I really want to understand going forward here is what a process should be. To start with, who would be the contact for the MCC going forward? Is it Sheena?
Sorry for that.
Is that a yes?
More specific.
Sorry, I didn't hear the acronym, but MCC. Yes, for you, yes, it would be.
Okay, and so then the question is, can you describe the process by which a need that would be identified, say by people in the Midcoast, would actually turn into action involving the RDC? Is it in fact the county who decides to use you as a subcontractor and we need to get county to make that decision? Or is it CAL FIRE? How does a need get turned into a funded, implemented project?
I think that Sheena is newer to the RCD and I better answer that question. We work where we're invited and we work where we can do the project, meaning that we're funded to do that. That takes a lot of different forms. The reason that Sheena is at the RCD and we have a fire program is because the county used Measure K funds to help us establish this program. A couple of years ago, Keith Mangold, some of you may know from the community, called me to tell me that next door was abuzz with the fact that people were losing insurance on their homes or threatened with that. I called Supervisor Horsley, and in short order, he and the county provided the funding for us to be able to create this program. With that county's investment, with $175,000 initial investment, we were able to leverage that to bring in nearly $3 million in grant funds to do fuel load reduction projects that were focused so far on the South Coast. And also the county is paying for the chipping program, as are some other funders, Coastal Conservancy, CAL FIRE, et cetera. So it kind of depends. In this case, you know, we can be very nimble. I think that was a lot of what Sheena was speaking to in her presentation. So we can work on a fee for a service arrangement. We can work under grants. We can work under interagency agreements. You have a fire district on the coast. You have other special districts that might be able to apply some funding. We can apply for grants. There's a fire safe council, you know, and then there's things that private property owners can do on their own properties. And we can provide technical assistance for that. I think there's any range of mechanisms and we can be very nimble.
Okay, well, let's defer it then, but I think okay. It doesn't really answer the question.
I understand. So basically on this item, I did want to give an opportunity for people who might have questions with regard to evacuation. Jonathan Cox spoke a little bit about that earlier. If anyone on the council has a further question with regard to evacuation.
You still got Sid and Brandon.
I understand that, but we have an overall time limit that we pushed to the end. So I did want to give a chance for comments on evacuation if there are any. Don't see anyone who wants to speak further on that. So I will go to Brandon Kwan.
Hi, I just have questions. Hi, I just have some questions on funding. And so I understand that after the CZU fire that there was a declaration of state of emergency. And Sid asked an interesting question if FEMA grants could be is applicable to for eucalyptus removal, and if it does not qualify for federal disaster relief funds, since I believe there's a state California state declaration of emergency, would disaster relief funds from the state or any other agencies be able to be funneled towards the use of clearing eucalyptus trees?
Is that for you, Kelloggs?
Yes. Yes.
You know, I don't know enough about the FEMA funds. Sheena, do you know more about FEMA funds than I do?
We looked into how FEMA could help with our post-fire recovery for the communities that were directly impacted by the fire. And my understanding of the FEMA grants that it is for folks that have been directly impacted. And that's even to the degree that if you have had some burn on your property and you have a potential for a mudslide, you actually cannot use the funding directly for that until like there's an impending doom of the mudslide. So it's like, it's very strict. There might be some ways, but that was my overall understanding of how particularly FEMA grants work.
Well, but I was some communities, such as New Orleans, they were affected by hurricanes, but they were able to use disaster relief funds from state emergency declarations to build these buffer zones, buffer walls to keep out hurricanes. I was just wondering if there could be an equivalency for preventing fires by reducing the eucalyptus.
Yeah, that's something we can look into, but that was my understanding about how it is about where the fire was directly impacting, at least for this fire that happened.
Okay. Thank you, Sheena. Yeah. I'm going to go next to Sid Young.
The disaster relief funds are very, very specific to already existing disasters.
Yeah.
There are other grant programs and other funding, and Newsom and the legislature talking about funding prevention, but I don't think those programs are actually in place yet.
Not only are those programs not in place yet, but a lot of the funding that was available to do that, for example, the investment revenues from cap and trade have really dwindled up, and a lot of the grant programs that we did go for in this economic recession are not available currently.
Thank you. Sid Young, did you have a question?
I guess more of a comment. Did I unmute myself?
You're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw today, I believe it was on Twitter, that there was hazard mitigation grants. So they just, from FEMA, it just opened on September 30th and it's due in January. So I didn't read into it because I was busy and I had to run off to do another meeting. But it's something that I would like to see if the county could look into it, because I noticed today this week I was looking something up to have to do with the elections. And of course, that's also Mark Church's office for county recorder and assessor. And they are probably going to have to give a lot of property tax reductions for people affected by that fire. And I would just like to see the county not have to give money away from property taxes because people lost their residences in a fire, when they could maybe put some money towards eliminating the fee. If you private property owners could take, for instance, the flammable trees down off their property without these hideously high tree removal permit fees. So that I would like to see the county look into that myself. I don't know if it makes sense to them, but they'll know further down the road how many people are applying to get property tax reductions that are in the fire zone. But we could possibly find a way to expedite private property landowners from removing eucalyptus and other flammable trees off of their properties. So the one thing I did have as far as a question, though, is have to do with evacuation zones. And way back in January, when Connect the Coast Side, or the CMTP, came out, the first draft, I noticed there was no evacuation planning at all in that traffic management plan. So I started making phone calls. I did contact Jonathan Cox. I contacted OES. Everybody kept passing the football back to a different department that was supposedly working on it. So I would, my question is that I would like to know what department right now is working on it, because it's still not part of the CTMP.
Thank you. So Jonathan Cox, can you speak to this point?
I can, yeah. I know that plan that's being developed by the county, The sticky wicket with evacuation planning is that evacuations are really the authority of the local law enforcement agency. So for a fire like the CZU complex, the fire department is making a recommendation to the law enforcement agency as far as what areas should be evacuated. It's specific to the coast, the Zone Haven platform that we've developed. It's got two sides to it. It's got a public safety side and it has a community side. And on the public safety side, we've now put in there all of the traffic flows, the critical intersections that we need to control. And when I say we, I mean first responders. And we actually have real-time traffic on there as well. So if we were to call for an evacuation of, let's say, El Granada, what we have now is access to information about what areas are being clogged up or where the choke points are, and where we need to send officers to keep the flow of traffic moving. And I think that's really one of the critical pieces is evacuation plans are not static. They are very dynamic and they're dictated by the disaster, the location, and no evacuation is going to be identical to the next one. So our messaging back on that is really making sure people have the information about multiple ways to get out of their areas, and then giving the first responders the tools to make good decisions about what intersections to control to get people out. The one thing I will add to that, especially on the fire side, is we're planning, if we have an event in El Granada that is something of campfire proportions, and we know that we have to get people out of harm's way in a very short amount of time, and we don't think we can get everybody up or down Highway 1 or over 92. The one good benefit we do have on the coast is we have a few areas that we call temporary refuge areas, or TRAs, and those include the airport, they include the harbor. They're large areas that are open that if we had to temporarily get people to assemble at, we could defend and make it survivable. That's not the case in some communities where it's literally just forested land. So I know that doesn't answer the question, but what I can say is evacuation planning is going on across all agencies right now. And if we need to add language in that Connect the Coast side about the Zone Haven platform, I'm happy to connect with whoever's authoring that and get that language in there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
I think my main concern was the fact that even today on the fire thing, I forgot his name all of a sudden, but the first guy that made the presentation did mention the choke point on Highway 1, especially coming out of the tunnel. So that is something that, is obviously going to need more than one agency working on it. But I think the coast side has very limited evacuation.
Okay,
so
good. I think he gave you his best answer he could. I'm going to now call a halt to this agenda item. I recognize there's many more.
Len, please, no.
Dan, please let me talk. Thank you. Okay. We
don't
have.
Don't end it.
What's that?
Please do not end it. I have a question.
One question. Go.
I have more than one question.
Dan, we finished our time on this item and gone way over. We do have at the end of our item.
Please.
We have, let me finish. At the end of our items, we have in discussing agendas the time the council wants to devote to future discussions of fire. And
for the sake of the community, please allow important questions to be asked.
No, we're out of time. I will give you one opportunity to ask questions, but we're really way past time. So go ahead. I recognize it's hard, but everybody's under the same.
Let me do that. Let me just make the comment. You earlier asked for comments on evacuation. So I want to Jonathan, I think that, yes, I think the community understands that there is issues with evacuation. And I just think that we should at least have the position that it's important to have all evacuation routes open as possible. And it will be up to each individual if they decide to go to a refuge area locally, or if they want to, maybe chance it, whatever, to actually make the drive completely out of the area. So I think that that's important that we focus parallel not only on the refuge areas locally, but keeping the evacuation routes open as best as possible. And that includes maximum flow of traffic exiting the community.
Is there a specific question you wanted to put to Jonathan Cox?
Jonathan, are you open to that concept that I just explained?
Yeah, Dan, I actually think we're saying the exact same thing. The tool actually allows us to see how to best do that. So right now, if we were to call for an evacuation, we don't have good data in front of us that shows us where things are choking up. This tool does exactly that. And if we see things are backed up substantially, locked up all the way down 92 and up Devil Slide, then it gives us the ability to make informed recommendations to people who are trying to get out. So I totally agree.
Thank you. And I'll ask my next questions to Kellix. Today, the wonderful meeting today, I learned today for the first time that the Monterey pine is actually also a very flammable tree, I guess. But there's a couple types of pines in the area locally. There's a lot of pines that are slowly dying, I guess, with some local, I don't know, some type of a disease. Can you explain the two types of common pines in the coastside area, please?
I can't. Can you, Sheena? No. I think that if I did right now, I would say something that's inaccurate. So I would rather get back to you. Or Jonathan. I don't know if Jonathan could speak to that or somebody else. There's a lot of people on the coast with knowledge of this.
I know of knob-cone pine. I don't know the second.
I think the other he's referring to is the Monterey pine, the one that's invasive, that's native to Monterey.
Monterey pine get the pine pitch canker disease, and there's quite a few dead ones on the coast.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll be able to pick up the discussion in this area when we look at future agendas and council time we want to put forward to that. I apologize to all the people who would have other very relevant questions. It's a big topic, and there's clearly some major decision points that are there for the community to discuss. I want to thank Kellix and Sheena especially for your time here, as well as Jonathan for shipping in. So thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to item 4B on our agenda. This is the Murata Road Coastal Trail Bridge Replacement. Dave Olson is going to lead the discussion on this item.
Thank you. So I'm going to share a very short presentation, which is also on our website. My main focus and concern on this is erosion and armoring. And in case anybody was in any doubt from all my previous comments, I am very, very opposed to any form of armoring. The other reason I'm doing this presentation is I believe that we should be sending a letter to DPW about this project with carbon copies to Dawn Horsley and to the Coastal Commission staff. And so at the end of this, I want to hear both opinions about what I'm saying and opinions on what should go into the letter. There's a number of things we could ask for. We can ask for more than one thing, but I don't want to ask for 20 different things. All right. So this is a very nice graphic, which somebody did for me, that shows a lot of the erosion we have on the coast, a lot of the armoring, some of which is not legal or permitted. In particular, the armoring in front of the parking lot, that's this armoring right in here, and that formerly went up closer to the bridge, was placed without any permits, and the Coastal Commission has an order to the property owner to remove that riprap. It got more discussion during the meeting about the coastal trail, which is over here. The owners of the Casamira condominiums had requested a seawall that was not only in front of the condominiums that extended further down the coastal trail, claiming that they wanted to protect the coastal trail. The Coastal Commission decided that they could put a seawall in front of the condominiums, but not to protect the coastal trail. And that they, as the Coastal Commission staff and others said, there is plenty of room to move the coastal trail inland, which we'll see in another slide. Over here on the far left is emergency armoring that was done by the done by the city of, I cannot talk today, the county of San Mateo. And it is my personal opinion that the placement of that riprap accelerated the erosion around the bridge abutments and has increased erosion in general quite significantly in that area. And as some of you already know, these 3-story condominium that's right at the point there was constructed just prior to the Coastal Act, and that armoring therefore doesn't fall under the Coastal Commission purview until something changes about that building. So we have had a presentation by DPW on August 12th about their plans. We have since obtained the documents that the county has submitted starting back in 2019 to the Coastal Commission on this project. Those are all on the MCC website in the Murata-Road page. There's a link to it on the front page. It has a full timeline of this project and full links to the documents. I'm not going to go through all of those documents tonight. I strongly suggest anybody who's interested in this project who is not on the MCC, as well as on the MCC, look at those documents. People not on the MCC might want to consider sending their own comments to the Coastal Commission staff and to the DPW. Sorry. Here we go. This is, to me, the critical slide from that application from the county to the Coastal Commission. What this shows is these crosshatched lines, here and here are soil nail walls, AKA seawalls. And this stuff that looks like rocks is all brand new riprap. And it really narrows the channel in here. The county's application also said that this riprap over here on the southwest would tie into the riprap that already exists next to the Casamira parking lot, which is illegal and which the Coastal Commission is required to be removed. So that is clearly not a feasible plan. Of great importance is the narrowness of this channel into the Arroyo del Medio. As any of you who have ever been out there at high tide in a storm know, the waves roll right up into that creek bed, and that's why it's an almost elliptical shape back here, because the waves erode it. If you make a really narrow channel from the riprap, it's going to act like a lens, and that energy will be focused even further back on the banks, and it will cause massive erosion of the banks of the creek, affecting homes on both sides, in my opinion. And that's based on a lot of reading. The other part that shows here is the new bridge. This is straight out of the DPW plans, but this is, to my thinking, the most critical page in the plans that the county has submitted. So these yellow areas here, this is a paper street which belongs to state parks. If the coastal trail was to be rerouted inland around the section which is eroding right in here, the natural thing to do would be to route it up that paper street. Then if it went where DPW is proposing the bridge to go, you could go back over here. An alternate idea is to go up to the Alameda and cross at the Alameda, which does not have any kind of a bridge across it. As we discussed during the August 12th meeting, that's got some issues. It would probably require a small amount of eminent domain, something on the order of 100 to 200 square feet on either side. There is an alternative. There's a vacant parcel here, originally intended for the Miramar train station on the Ocean Shore Railroad, by the way, which actually is a very large parcel. So another possibility would be to have the county acquire an easement if this landowner is willing and come straight across. That would make a much nicer route. But either way, it would be a significant alternative to trying to rebuild the bridge in an area which we know is going to continue to erode. Those are very soft banks. We know from experience over and over again, both locally and all up and down the coast, that armoring is not permanent. Armoring always fails. So sooner or later, the bridge will have to be moved inland. So one of the things I would like to consider in the letter is asking the county and the Coastal Commission staff to require that the bridge be moved inland now. The Alameda, by the way, is the course of the old Ocean Shore Railroad. It has some issues for residents that live on the Alameda. It's currently a gravel, unpaved street, and I'm sure that they would not be happy about having their homes abut the coastal trail, but many other homes along the coast do abut the coastal trail. So that would be something that would have to be worked out. Let's see, is there anything else on here to talk about? So next steps, I think we should be writing a letter. I will be happy to draft it. I'll be happy to work with 2 other people on the council on what would go into that letter. Before I turn this over to clarifications from the council and then the community, I want to show 2 letters we received. And I'll put them up there just long enough for them to show up on the video. I don't plan to read the whole letter. The first is from Lenny Roberts, the legislative advocate at Green Foothills. Basically, she is saying that the armoring is not a good thing, and she is in favor of the idea of moving the trail further inland. I should also say at this point, there is one other alternative to move it further inland, and that is where the detour is now. Another bridge could be built there, and that could be the permanent coastal trail. Obviously, quite a detour away from the coast, but it is a possibility. Then we received a letter from Lisa Ketchum, formerly on the council, asking that the county and that we advocate for the county not spending millions buying time with another bridge, which will fail eventually anyway, and that we have a more substantial public process. It was a bit of a shock to discover that when the DPW folks were talking to us on August 12th, they knew very well these plans were into the Coastal Commission, and they didn't mention anything about the extent of the armoring. And then we had a charrette on the Murata Road area in general in 2016, which captured quite a bit of information. And at that point, Supervisor Horsley was in favor of saying, you know, maybe there'll be one more project to save Murata Road, and that's it. After that, it's going to be up to the residents to do either managed retreat or form their own protection district and battle it out with the community and the Coastal Commission staff. So with that, I will open it up to
Dave?
Yeah.
Before you do, the MCC did receive 2 letters from the public with comments. Do you want to acknowledge those now or have those brought forward when there's input?
Well, at least one of them said they were going to attend the meeting.
Mhm. I just, okay. So,
Well,
okay,
so that was the only one I knew about.
there's two. The point I want to raise before you start, before we go to the council, just to be clear here, DPW has submitted a development permit request to the Coastal Commission. This is somewhat unusual for the normal path, but basically it's the Coastal Commission that's now considering and ruling on that. And the basic issue they're looking at either relates to having the bridge in the vicinity of where it's at now or moving it to another location. And so I believe what you're asking for, Dave, is a letter that ultimately would support moving the bridge to an inland location. Is that correct?
That is the alternative I favor the most. The other alternative is the one I mentioned during the August 12th meeting, which is to lengthen the bridge by at least 20 feet, that is 10 feet on either side, to move the bridge abutments back so far that no coastal armoring is required.
Okay. And I assume that the Coastal Commission is considering those types of alternatives, but so that's a second one that you would also favor as opposed to the one with heavy armoring?
Yes, I think that one could work. It would clearly be faster than the route on the Alameda in terms of build out time.
Okay.
But it's still going to be a more temporary answer.
Okay, so let's go first to the council for questions of clarification. I'd like to start first with Barb.
Oh, thank you, Dave. That's a great presentation. I didn't realize that was a possibility about not having a bridge put there. I think it's a great idea, and I support however the council wants to go about it. I think it's, I used to walk that bridge every morning until March and saw how it changes. So the beach down there. So you would still be for them taking away the illegal, they wouldn't be putting any riprap up at all, right, Dave?
That would be my preference. And part of the communications with the Coastal Commission staff were that the county was supposed to complete a lot of extra work after the emergency riprap, and that was never completed. So that's also something the county is working on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you again. Thank you, Dave. That was a great presentation. A lot of really interesting points brought up. I was not aware that that section of the coastal trail in front of the condo buildings there was going, that the armoring was not going to be, or the seawall was not going to be able to be put up to protect that. So that makes me think, more that what's the point of putting a bridge there if the coastal trail is going to have to eventually be rerouted anyway? I definitely would be open to, at least looking into alternative locations, as you suggested, or potentially lengthening the bridge, but understanding that that's only a temporary measure. Eventually it will be eroded anyway. I think the only consideration is just how much longer it's going to take. I mean, it's already a pretty big inconvenience that the bridge was closed so abruptly without really any notice. And, it's good that we now have that alternative route along Highway 1, but that's obviously not ideal. So, I think we're looking at least a year if this current bridge is approved, or, probably 2 or 3 times that much, if not more, if, they have to start from scratch and also potentially acquire property rights. I do like the idea of, rather than having it along Alameda, having potentially, if there was an ability to acquire that other land that used to be or that was planned for the train station, that could be really interesting. But again, it's going to take a long time. So yeah, I'm definitely open to discussion on this. I want to kind of see what the rest of the council thinks as well.
Okay, Claire, you're next.
This is something that interests me a lot. I would be eager if it works out to work on this with Dave and whoever else would do it. I'm also mindful that in the Half Moon Bay local land use plan that they're in the process of wrapping up, one of the major bones of contention has been armoring around the condominium building. And I think that that's going to be a major issue that will contribute to the complexity of this situation. I think currently the land use plan is saying that the armoring should not be there, but that's probably going to get very complicated. So yes, I think this is vital. I think that entire section of Miramar needs to be looked at carefully.
Thank you, Claire. Dan?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you, yes.
So before I would be open to a letter, I'd like to look into further science or practical examples of armoring. And you know, one thing that comes to mind is, well, we know that, you know, the ocean waves beat up on the armoring, the riprap, which is there, and then it works its way behind it all and erodes everything behind it, and then the riprap settles. There's also the other phenomenon of washing away adjacent sand and erosion. So yes, this is a very sensitive area. This is a very important area to be talking about now. Thank you, Dave, for bringing it up. So, you know, I'd like to learn more about concept of some kind of a hybrid of a gabion wall with sand cover, or possibly some type of a cement added engineered soil to kind of slow down the erosion, and then a time frame from experts as to you know, what really could be expected as far as whatever type of armoring that is used. It doesn't have, I'm not a big fan of general riprap alone, but I think there's this is a problem that's up and down the Pacific Coast, California, Oregon, Washington. I think there's a lot of things that are being learned currently. There's a lot of historic information that may be outdated. There's a lot of new technologies that are being used. I think that we should look at what's going on in Pacifica. There's a lot of work going on there near the Lands End Apartments right now. Soil, nails, etc. There's a lot of different options. So I think it might be premature to jump and say that it's time to consider moving the bridge inland. And I'm just very interested in this. And I'm very interested and I'm, you know, doing my own research on offline here.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
I'm not going to try and answer your comments really, Dan, but I will say that whatever gets built there is almost certainly going to have to go through a full environmental impact report. I don't think there's any way this can be justified as an emergency CDP, although that is what the county has applied for. So I'm hoping very much that the Coastal Commission staff denies the emergency CDP on this, because I think it's an emergency here.
Okay.
Yeah, I just like to see, thank you, Lynn. I just like to see a lot of options on the table. There's historic options that we know have certain consequences, but I just like to see all of the new options on the table and monitor what's working and what's not working.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I'm now going to go to the community. We have here Michelle Hogg, and I want to ask her, she did indicated that she wanted to speak on the topic, so I just wanted to confirm that. I see Michelle.
Yeah, I'm here. I wasn't planning to speak, so I don't have anything prepared.
Your email indicated you'd be here, so that's why I was acknowledging.
I guess I just wanted the commission to know that a bridge going across Arroyo de Medio at the end of Alameda Avenue would have a catastrophic impact on my home. It would obliterate our parking area. And I don't know if people realize that. It would have to go diagonally. It would cut off part of our property and part of the property of some of our neighbors. It would be a big deal.
Okay, thank you. We have one other letter from the community who could not be here. I'm going to read it. This is from Dave Krasowski. We are writing to comment on the plans to replace the Murata Road Coastal Trail Bridge. We are very disappointed to awaken one day to the closure of the present bridge. It had clearly been deteriorating for some time and severely lacking in maintenance, although it is clear that the current state of the bridge may be beyond repair and represents a hazard. We strenuously object to any plan which would relocate the coastal trail to Alameda Avenue. We are homeowners on Alameda Avenue, and this relocation would result in a severe degradation in the quality of life on our street. This section of Alameda Avenue is a dead end with only 4 homes on the street. The introduction of traffic from the coastal trail would disrupt our lives by bringing hundreds of pedestrians, bikers, and vehicles to our street. It also removes a section of the trail not previously subject to vehicle traffic and exposes pedestrians and bikers to a much lengthier, more hazardous route. We understand the replacement of the bridge is a complicated project, and the Coastal Commission may favor a retreat response rather than rebuilding in the present location, but we do not think the Alameda Avenue reroute is a viable solution. Okay.
I should also ask, we have unusually one person on the phone ending in 484. Does that person want to comment? Normally you can do either *6 or *9 to raise your hand, but I thought I'd ask.
Okay. Don't see any response there now. So I'm going to go next to Greg Diegas.
Yes, I would like to comment.
I'm sorry, Greg. Just go ahead, please.
Let her comment, sure.
I will, yeah. Yes, please identify yourself and make your comment.
I'm sorry, my power went out and I had to drive away to find the connection. So I'm on the phone now. This is Kimberly Williams, and I'm speaking on behalf of San Mateo County Surfrider Foundation, the San Mateo County chapter. And the San Mateo County chapter support moving the coastal trail inland. We do not support the project as proposed. I attended the DPW session a few weeks back, and it was clear that the people giving the presentation did not entertain the option of moving it inland very seriously. I think they should go back to do that. Surfrider supports moving the coastal trail inland along with the bridge, therefore lowering the cost over the long term because this would have to be redone within 30 to 40 years anyway. And at that point, the stakeholders and the land circumstance will be more complicated. So we feel that this should be addressed now if it's going to happen at all. And we will be submitting a letter to all the relevant entities to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next up is Greg Diegas.
Well, the one thing that's missing here, and I think Dave and Lisa and others have done tremendous work. Unfortunately, we need some kind of expert testimony. I mean, I have my own opinion and it supports Dave and Lisa. I think with what's going on in Greenland and the Arctic, we're not going to get 30 to 40 years. It's going to be more like 20. And I would also say to those residents who I understand are going to be impacted, I really think you need to have somebody expert testify to the point what Dave was making about the inland wash you're going to get from the focused energy that's going to be pushed up that creek. I think if homeowners got that kind of expert analysis, they would see they're better off with the bridge than losing what could be their foundations. But it's going to take an expert to say that. So I definitely support a letter saying reconsideration, but in order to underpin it, we got to have somebody independent testify just how bad it's going to be with all that riprap and that focused wave energy coming in.
Thank you, Greg. Next, Lisa Ketchum.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a couple things or stress some things. The Alameda, quote unquote, is in El Renata, and Alameda Avenue is in Miramar, just to clarify that. And also to stress the difference in this situation. The Coastal Commission has direct jurisdiction over this permit because it's related to the emergency armoring that was done in 2016. So at the current time, staff is doing their analysis and asking the county for additional information, and that back and forth will continue to go on. And the Coastal Commission has experts to analyze these things, and they analyze armoring all the time and for permits and everything else. And also it's quite possible that the Coastal Commission wouldn't approve this proposed design. I mean, we had in 2019, there was a proposal for the seawall in front of the Casamira condominiums, and they said, no, you can't armor the shoreline to protect the coastal trail. It can move. And they all voted for it, even our county supervisor, Carol Groom. So then I just want to hit the high points of the comments I sent you. The key points being be proactive. Don't spend millions of dollars buying time with another temporary bridge. Stop the relentless extension of coastal armor southward. We know it accelerates erosion and loss of beach. The county should take the lead, follow the science, move the public infrastructure out of harm's way, and build for the future. The public process, the community should be included in determining the preferred location for the replacement bridge. The 2016 Murata Road sea level rise adaptation design charrette with the county, Half Moon Bay, MCC reps, discussion acknowledged that Alameda Avenue was the logical retreat point for Murata Road in the future. It's time to pave Alameda Avenue to connect with Magellan in anticipation of the loss of vehicle access on Murata Road. It's time to reroute utilities off Murata Road before an emergency, as was done for Ocean Boulevard and Seal Cove. The Highway 1 Safety and Mobility Improvement Studies in 2010 and 2012, a bike pedestrian route on Alameda Avenue, including a bridge across Arroyo de en Medio, at that location was proposed in those community-based design studies. Install the replacement coastal bridge over Medio Creek at Alameda. I don't really see any place that, there's no perfect place, but that's my suggestion. And also on the land access to the creek, the land required for the public coastal trail bridge at the Alameda is in the Arroyo de en Medio riparian corridor. And that land where the bridge would go is not available for development by the private owners there, whereas trails on public land are a permitted use in the riparian corridors. So I won't take any more of your time now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I see that Dave Krasowski actually is at the meeting with your hand up, Dave. I read your letter. My apologies there. You're open to speak.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. And appreciate Michelle. So we are Michelle's neighbor on Alameda Avenue. And I think we all understand the difficulties involved in rebuilding the bridge in its present location. I appreciate Mr. Olson's analysis of the narrowing of the channel. I think that's a significant issue. The only exception I would take with what he said is that relocating the bridge to Alameda would only involve a couple of hundred square feet of eminent domain. I think if you look at the map, Alameda Avenue doesn't align across the creek. It's offset by probably 100 feet. And as Michelle said, it would end up right in their front yard. So I think that we have an understanding of the difficulties. We just want to make sure that there are due consideration given to other alternatives than impacting our homes.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. At this point, Dave, the purpose of this agenda item for this meeting is to gather input to support writing a letter, which you present at our next meeting. So could you let me know what additional steps you'd like to take?
Well, I mean, I know what I want to write. I heard sort of answers on both of the possible answers. I heard an answer of don't want to write anything until there's more information. My personal opinion is we need to get this in sooner rather than later, since the county is pursuing an emergency CDP.
Okay. But at this point, I'd like to ask the council whether there's anyone who would like to work with Dave on the letter. Are you waving your hand, Claire?
Yeah, I already said I would be interested.
Okay, I thought so. Okay. Yes. Dan?
Yes, I just want to make a comment on, what the Coastal Commission will likely allow and what they will likely not allow. Again, I'm going to talk about the project up in Pacifica. They're clearly doing a lot of armoring up there. I think they're it's obviously allowed by the California Coastal Commission. And I think that there should be some kind of studies and feedback as to, what has. Now, I'll tell everybody that this is a project that started 10 years ago, and to some degree it failed. I heard on site that the original contractor didn't do things proper. Clearly, the landowner has an interest, but they're doing it's a big project. There's a lot of money being spent, and somebody thinks that it's going to work, and California Coastal Commission clearly must have at least allowed them the opportunity to give that a chance. So. Based on that, I think that we should be looking at other options.
I understand. Did you want to work on writing this or just make that comment?
Just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Okay, failing another person, then I will be the third person in the group.
Okay, but before we do that, while we still have the whole council here in the community, I would like to write the letter to request that the bridge be moved to an inland alternative. I won't specify the inland alternative, but I will certainly mention the Alameda as a choice. The offset is actually about 50 feet. It's a little bit less if we get the easement on the old train station property, but not much less. And that's just length of the bridge. You just have a diagonal bridge.
Okay, so one point of clarification. So you're saying for the alternative of a longer bridge that would not require an armoring of the coast is also one of the things being considered already?
Well, it's something I suggested. DPW just waved it off as not worth looking at. It's clearly a short-term answer.
Right. No, I think the problem the community faces is if this were to go, as I think Michelle suggested, another 2 or 3 years, wrangling, that's 3 years with a detour going up to Highway 1. And the question is whether if you were to build the interim, let's say, and it lasted 10 or 15 years, I guess I'd be supportive of that if I thought the time would be used to actually spend the time to do an inland alternative more at a more measured pace. That's the only thought I have there.
Well, I can certainly assert that the emergency CDP will be appealed, which means construction almost certainly will not happen next year.
Well, I understand that. That's what we're looking at. So, okay. With that said, then you're good to go?
So nobody on the council other than Dan is completely opposed to the idea of the letter?
I believe that's the case. No, Dan, that's a fair representation of your view currently. Is that right, Dan?
Yes, I'm opposed to the letter at this moment. Again, I'd like to see some more information. And, really, we got to ask, the community's got to ask, where would this stop? How often would the coastal trail be jogged up out of alignment?
Quite a few places. It's coming. Half Moon Bay is going to do that. There are other places as well.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, that closes item B. We do have here from Caltrans, the group to present on item 4D. And I have the item 4C, so I'd like to make a motion to reorder the agenda so that the Caltrans group can go next.
So move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Go call the roll, Claire.
Len?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay or Vivian, are you ready to start your presentation? Hello, Lindsay, are you there?
Yes, hi. We're here. Hi, Len.
Yes, you can go ahead and share your screen to make your presentation.
Okay, I will do that. Apologies, give me one moment. I was thinking we were on, following along. I thought we were still on 4C, so I apologize. Give me one moment. Good evening, everyone. Nandini, are you on right now?
Can you see me?
We're seeing the presentation now.
Okay.
It is up. I think if you click show video, we'll be able to see your face. Otherwise, we just have your name up.
But you can hear me, correct?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Yes. I think I tend to switch now. Can you hear me? See me?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone, council members. My name is Nandini Sridhar, and I'm the project manager for this project. What we intend doing is giving a short presentation, follow up with any questions that you might have, and we'll really try to keep it short. So we are excited to be here. I will present this project with my team. We have our team present here. Lindsay Vivian, who's the Office Chief for Environmental Analysis. She will co-present with me. I have David Mann, Office Chief for Electrical Systems, and Mark Powers, Branch Chief for Traffic Systems, who are also available to answer any questions. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present this project. I know many of you have attended our public meeting and had a chance to provide comments. And this is yet another opportunity for you to engage and provide your feedback.
As I mentioned, we are, we are really happy to present this project, and Highway 1 is an important corridor for us. And this project presents opportunities to improve our communications and our emergency incident management ability within the corridor via a messaging system that is severely lacking along this highway. That said, the State Route 1 Traffic Operational Systems Improvement Project is funded through the SHOP Mobility Program. SHOP stands for the State Highway Operations Protection Program, which essentially funds capital improvement projects that help to preserve and protect our state highway system. And it's financially constrained. By that, I mean funds, state and federal dollars that are committed to capital projects typically have to be expended on those specific projects and cannot be repurposed very easily. The capital projects that are in the SHOP typically go through our established project development process. And we begin with planning, followed by environmental, which is the phase that we are in now. And then we move on to design or PSNE, followed by construction. This project, if and when approved, will be in construction sometime in the summer of 2022. We initiate planning by developing purpose and need statements. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So the need is typically established by identifying deficiencies or a problem along a corridor. And in this case, it's the department's inability to provide accurate and real-time travel information to the public. And its ability to notify traveling public of traffic congestion and emergencies is, somewhat compromised because we don't have a messaging system. The purpose is essentially a solution to the problem in that we are proposing to address the problem by installing traffic management system elements to enhance mobility and safety along the corridor. So the project limits extend along a 20-mile stretch of Highway 1. It begins from location 1 in the south, which is at Miramonte Point Road in Half Moon Bay, and goes all the way up to Clarinetta Avenue undercrossing near Daly City. During the environmental phase, we strategically identified 10 spot locations. These locations to install the travel time elements, and these locations were essentially determined to ensure that there were minimal environmental impacts and that they work in sync with each other. The spot locations are about 4 to 5 miles apart. And that's they're ahead of decision points so that motorists can turn off of 101 in a timely manner. Can we go to the next slide? So the project elements include installing wireless detection systems. We'd install about 6 of them along the 20-mile stretch, 5 variable message signs, guardrails to protect the installation, like the variable message signs. We also propose installing 2 maintenance vehicle pullouts to enhance maintenance worker safety. We will also enable 2 existing changeable message signs at the Tom Lantos tunnels at Devil's Slide by updating our software. So how would these the system work? The wireless detection systems essentially include a wireless identification reader that would collect information anonymously when motorists pass by the readers. No personal data is collected. This information is then transmitted back to our computer server. The computers analyze the data, calculate the travel times. Process data is sent back to the changeable message signs and the variable message signs to update and display travel information. This is a visual simulation of what a variable message sign would look like. The signs are much smaller than the changeable message signs, and they're about 5 feet high by 12 feet wide, and they would be installed on poles. The total height would be about 12 feet from grade to the top of the panel. And then we'd have some cabinets that would support or relay the data onto the panels. Guardrails to protect the variable message signs, and the display message types would include showing travel times, incident information, such as accidents, and messages describing road conditions, weather conditions, and also during summertime when there's heavy tourist traffic, we would highlight special events that are occurring in and around the Half Moon Bay Pacifica area. We would also be able to put up messages about tunnel closures. So these variable message signs would not only benefit the department in its ability to communicate with the tourists, with the motorists. It would also help our partner agencies such as CHP, the sheriff's office, CAL FIRE. In fact, at a recent meeting with the county, we were reminded of how much the CHP sorely missed messaging systems like this during a recent fire event. They needed these panels to put up evacuation orders. And so this is our way of being able to address those needs. Can we go to the next slide? I just wanted to emphasize that the variable message signs can be adjusted. The lighting, the illumination of the text can be adjusted. They are not on all the time. They can be turned on as needed. The brightness can vary based on ambient light conditions. At nighttime, the signs would have less illumination. Daytime, it could be adjusted for ambient daylight conditions. This slide essentially simulates the differences in sizes between the existing changeable message signs outside of the Tom Lantos tunnels and the proposed new variable message signs that we intend installing. Clearly, the variable message sign is not quite as intrusive as we expect it to be. I think we can go on to the next slide. I just wanted to say that we would work with the community as best as we can to the extent feasible and try to address aesthetic issues. We've had comments from the community as part of our public meeting to make the signs less conspicuous. However, these signs would serve a very important function. Cell phones, Waze, and Google are not capable of messaging. for Tom Lantos tunnel closures, wildfires, and major accidents. And these signs would really help the community in times of emergencies. That said, I will now turn it over to Lindsay Vivian, who will talk about each of the locations where we intend installing the variable message signs. And Lindsay, you can take it from here.
All right, thank you, Nandini. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And thank you again for allowing us to present on this project here tonight. I apologize because my slides keep automatically trying to jump ahead of me here, but I wanted to take the next few moments to visit the locations where we're proposing to install these variable message signs. Again, the scope of the project currently includes the installation of 5 variable message signs, which, as Nandini mentioned, are about 5 feet tall and 12 feet wide, the panels themselves. But again, they stand about 12 feet tall off the ground. And then 6 wireless detection systems along the 20-mile stretch. We recognize here this evening that locations 4 through 8 of this project fall within the jurisdiction of the Midcoast Community Council. But we're going to provide an overview of all locations where we're proposing to install these variable message signs. The first being going from south to north is what we've called location 2 in our draft environmental document, which is Seymour Street. Again, very close to this intersection with State Route 1. And this sign would be placed next to this Ford dealership, and the purpose of which would be to message traffic that's heading northbound on the highway. And what's shown here on this sign is a simulation of the type of message that could be displayed on these variable message signs. This is just one example, and in this case, we're alerting the motoring public about road work and possible delays near the Tom Lantos tunnel. The next location where we're proposing to install a sign is near Coral Reef Road, and this would be a sign for traffic heading southbound on State Route 1. In addition to the variable message sign that we're proposing, we're also proposing to install a maintenance vehicle pullout at this location. The purposes of these maintenance vehicle pullouts is to provide sufficient space for our maintenance crews to safely inspect and access the highway or maintain the state highway system. And in this when we have these maintenance vehicle pullouts, it provides, like I said, sufficient space for our maintenance crews to safely get out of their vehicle and be a safe distance away from moving vehicles. And, it helps protect them against potential collisions. And again, here, this sign here is displaying, and this is a simulated message, of course, but in this case, we're alerting the motoring public about a special event that's happening in Half Moon Bay. Of course, this last weekend, just the Pumpkin Festival recently wrapped up. This year it was a virtual event, but in normal years, much more crowded event and with lots of people traveling from all over to attend the Pumpkin Festival. And we recognize that there are several special events throughout San Mateo County and State Route 1 throughout the year. The next location where we're proposing to install a variable message sign is near Moss Beach. And this would be messaging traffic heading northbound. We recognize locations 5 and 6 are the most sensitive in terms of aesthetic resources and their potential impacts on the viewshed and the rural feel of this portion of State Route 1 in San Mateo County. And again, this is just another example of the type of message that could be displayed on these variable message signs, in this case, an Amber Alert in this simulation. And in this area, we are also proposing to install another maintenance vehicle pullout at location 6. The fourth location would be near Rena Del Mar Avenue, again on State Route 1, for traffic heading northbound. And here you see that travel time information is displayed in the simulation here. And of course, with this variable message sign as well as the others, we have metal beam guardrail or Midwest guardrail system to protect these roadside features. And the last location is near the Clarinata Avenue undercrossing in Daly City. Again, on this roadside, but this would be for traffic that is heading southbound on State Route 1, heading towards Pacifica. And here we have travel time information displayed in this simulation. Location 10 also includes the installation of a wireless detection system. These are the 6 locations where we're proposing to install wireless detection systems. We provided a list here, not going to go through all the locations individually like we did for the variable message signs. Right here is, in this particular case, at the intersection of highways, State Route 1 and Highway 92, we would install a wireless detection system on this light pole and existing infrastructure for all these 6 locations. The wireless detection systems themselves are no bigger than 1 square foot in size, or approximately the size of a shoebox. They would be painted gray and affixed to these light poles in this particular case, or as I said, on the remaining locations on existing infrastructure that's already there. And again, no bigger than a shoebox, and they would be painted to blend in with their surroundings. As Nandini mentioned, we are still in the environmental phase for this project. We are aiming to complete the environmental process and finalize our environmental document this December 2020. We circulated a draft environmental document on August 14th, 2020, and we held a public meeting, of course, on September 10th, many of which you attended, or many folks in the audience tonight attended our public meeting on September 10th. We received a lot of comments and a lot of input asking for an extension of the comment period, and we've since extended the public comment period on this project to the end of this month. We had extended it till October 11th, and then we pushed it out again to October 30th. And this has provided us with an opportunity to conduct more outreach with the local community. We presented last week, last Tuesday, at the in front of the Half Moon Bay City Council, and we're here again tonight. And we're also considering holding a second public meeting, but it's just, that is contingent upon the level of input we've received since the public meeting in September. And again, in the final environmental document, we will respond to all public comments received and provide a response in that final environmental document. And at that point, we're able to determine if we were going to move forward and adopt the no-build alternative or the build alternative for this project. If this project is approved, we'll enter the design phase early next year, and we are tentatively scheduled to complete that in February of 2022, and construction scheduled to begin in June, again, if this project is approved. You may still submit your public comments on the draft environmental document to Nina Hoffmarcher. She is the environmental planner on this project, and you may send them in via email or written via postal mail. Most of our staff are working remotely during this time, during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we do prefer to receive public comments via email. If this project moves beyond the environmental phase and into design, during that time, and of course, I'm sure many of you are aware, 9 of the 10 locations for this proposed project fall within the California coastal zone, 3 jurisdictions from which we would have to obtain a coastal development permit. We will seek to obtain a coastal development permit for this project, and during that time, this project will undergo further design review and provide another opportunity for the public to weigh in and work with Caltrans to continue to avoid and minimize impacts on environmental resources, including aesthetics. And like I said, so this is, we have the public review process during the environmental phase, and again, more opportunities during the design phase of this project. That concludes our presentation tonight. And at this point, we will take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. First, we're going to go to the council and ask them for questions of clarification, etc. And we'll just go through the council. I'd like to start with Barb this time. You're on mute, Barb.
Okay, well, thank you for presenting this again. I'd really kind of like to hear what some of my more knowledgeable colleagues have to say about this, but I do have one question. At position 5 and 6, where you have those signs going, there's a sign that's been there since the 70s, which would be opened and closed when Double Slide was closed, so pre-tunnel. And that sign's deteriorating and it's still sitting there. And I'm wondering if you could include removing that sign if this project goes through, or even if it doesn't, because it doesn't apply anymore and it doesn't work.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn this question over to David Mann, who will be able to answer your question here tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I think, and you know, in your concerns about aesthetics, about some of our existing signs that we have out there on Highway 1. I think appropriately, I think we'll take this information back to our maintenance department and see what we can do in the short term and see if we can rehabilitate it or potentially consider removing it in advance, whether we, since, you know, the function has changed. You know, in the long term, yes, I think that these VMSs that we're installing are intended to replace the older static signs. The VMSs will be able to provide much more detailed and real-time information for the drivers moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, next.
Yeah, one clarifying question. Who is responsible for deciding what information would appear on the signs, and how is information communicated? So it seems like there's a lot of different types of information. It could be traffic information. It could be about events or closures. Who communicates that? Like, what's the process for getting that information up? And the reason I'm asking this is because, you know, in the past, during past closures, for example, the tunnel closed during a power outage early last year. There was a big problem getting information out to the community. And even, you know, we have a system in place called SMC alerts, and that didn't work correctly, or not, it didn't work in a timely manner. So I just want to understand like the chain of command in terms of like an issue occurs, how does that then get up onto the signs?
David, I will also let David Mann answer this question. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. The signs are controlled from our Transportation Management Center located in Oakland, California. And our Transportation Management Center is kind of the regional nerve center for all our freeways and highways throughout the 9-county Bay Area. There in that TMC, what we call the TMC, our operators are able to change the messages on all the signs in the Bay Area, including the ones proposed here. They are restricted to very strict guidelines in terms of what types of messages that we can post. We have to follow federal regulations and laws of the MUTCD that regulate the types and content of messages too that we can post. And the types of messages that we would post, and we've talked about it in the presentation, are going to be focused on, you know, non-recurrent events, you know, such as pending construction closures, serious accidents, and potentially in cases where there's inclement weather and fog, those signs can also provide that information. Of course, we've mentioned that the condition or the status of the tunnel will be something that we will post there. If there's interest from the community, and this is something that I have worked closely across with many stakeholders and communities around the Bay Area to customize the information that we can display on those signs. If there is interest for information during commute periods for a lot of the residents that are living in the Half Moon Bay, may report accidents and incidents. We have our emergency response partners as well, that they are informing us of a serious event or incident, or in particular, in this case, wildfires, and that they're requesting assistance. We have emergency operations centers that we're in close contact with. You know, we have worked closely with the San Mateo Emergency Response Center in Redwood City, trying to integrate our two functions more closely with each other. And they provide us information to what's going on, and that we will then make the decision to display the relevant information to inform the traveling public of the potential of the roadway conditions ahead moving forward. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire, could you go next, please?
Sure. A point of clarification on the guardrail. I had originally thought that this was, you were doing a across the board upgrade on the guardrail, because there are places on Highway 1 that do need upgrade on guardrails, but apparently this is only to protect the signs. Is that correct?
In this case, yes. Where we're proposing to install Midwest guardrail system is in areas where we have variable message signs. Nandini, did you want to add any?
Know if this is the appropriate time, but I am not opposed to the signs, but I do, because I do think we need some way to be notified of very serious situations, like a closure of something that's going to last for several hours or an evacuation route. I don't think we need it for anything else. You know, we don't need to know how long it's going to take to get to Pacifica. There's nothing we can do about it. There aren't places where we can get off the highway and go some different route. We're stuck. So all we need is something for emergencies. And I don't think Waze and SMC alerts are adequate for people that are actually driving in their car. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Claire. Dan, you're next.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. So I have a question as far, let's go over the guardrails. Can you please define what the Midwest guardrail system is? I've noticed that all of the new guardrails that Caltrans is now installing appear to have a wide swath of concrete wrapped around the guardrails. So is this part of the Midwest system? Can you please just elaborate as to what does it mean, the Midwest guardrail system, and in complete, please?
I will do my best. And if we need to do any follow-up, then I can follow up with you, Dan, after this meeting or in a subsequent, maybe tomorrow or sometime this week. But the Midwest guardrail system, the standard did change a few years ago. It used to be metal beam guardrail, and now our new standard is, again, Midwest guardrail system, named after where it was developed. And it is a newer standard with the beams placed a different distance apart than the old metal beam guardrail. And the concrete swath that you're seeing around the base of the Midwest guardrail system, and a lot of us still call it metal beam guardrail, it rolls off the tongue a little bit easier. It's for vegetation control purposes and weed control, again, to minimize the amount of time our maintenance forces need to spend out maintaining or trimming vegetation along the highway, and so to inhibit vegetation growth.
Yeah, that attacks the rural feel. Can I also ask, please, can you define the wireless detection system? What is that used for? What is it detecting?
I'm going to turn this question over to David Mann. David, if you want to answer this one.
Sure. Thanks for the question. So wireless detection systems help Caltrans, determine travel times and detect congestion along our state highway system. One of the challenges that we have along the coast is that we really don't know how well the highway is performing, and I certainly understand that the congestion that the community faces during the weekends and also during commute hours. And we want to be more proactive in being able to understand the traffic patterns in the area. The wireless detection systems that we are proposing are actually really complementing what we get from big third-party big data companies such as Google or Waze. We do use those tools, but the resolution of the data sometimes is not sufficient for us to potentially do things in real time. So the wireless detection system is really literally a small little shoebox that's going to be mounted on an existing pole. And it's really a wireless detector that is looking for unique wireless IDs, similar to MAC addresses from mobile devices, whether it's your phone or vehicle. As it collects these IDs, it kind of actually truncates the IDs for anonymity, and it securely transmits the information over a private communications link back to our Caltrans data center, our transportation management center in Oakland. At that point, we then take that unique ID in and compare it to what the other sensors throughout the corridor are detecting. And if we do get some matches, we try to figure out how long it took for that match, that unique ID, to travel down the corridor, and we do some averaging. And then we then send the information back to those proposed variable message signs to let the drivers know how long it's going to take along the corridor. One of the questions that we get all the time is, why can't we, Google provides similar information? Well, along the coast, as you probably know, their cellular services are pretty spotty out there, and sometimes we don't get the necessary data that we need to calculate travel times and display the information like we do along the freeway. So it's really to complement what's immediately available out there. I think it's been pointed out very clearly that we're not collecting any personal identifying information, and the unique IDs that we're collecting are immediately discarded once we're done with the calculations.
Excuse me, David. So I'm knowledgeable that Caltrans spends a lot of money installing the loop systems, which are currently in place, that detect vehicles moving on the road. And it's my understanding that Google is allowed to access that information. There is, so I'm just really confused as to why would you start a new system to measure cars traveling on a road?
That's a wonderful question. We traditionally use those inductive loops that you see on our freeways. One of the reasons why we're moving to alternatives to inductive loops is that they tend to get damaged pretty easily. They're a little more costly to maintain, and also there's more environmental impacts when you put those systems in. These wireless systems can be installed without additional cabinets and underground infrastructure. So we're really looking for more environmentally friendly and easier to maintain ways to count cars, and detect congestion along the freeway, along our state highway system. And then, of course, on Highway 1, we want to be sensitive about that, and we want to minimize how much digging that we have to do out there.
So I'm also aware that there are systems now used across the United States that censor vehicles without accessing an Apple ID or et cetera. So I'm gonna stop there. I just want to end that I'm absolutely opposed 100% on this project. I feel that it's an urbanized attack on our rural community feel. I don't think it's necessary. I do agree with Claire that, maybe what should be considered is a very, very simple sign that stands always with a little red light underneath it saying, if red light is flashing, there is serious trouble ahead, or whether it's the tunnel closed, which on the tunnel, they're installing the generator right now. And I don't think that we should expect problems really with the tunnel in the future when we have a generator backup, which I will remind you that the taxpayers are paying for this generator. I don't think that we need to ask the taxpayers to pay for other things that will ultimately really erode the rural feel of our community. So yes, context sensitive. Please take that as my message that I'm absolutely opposed to this project.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, Dave, I put you last as you have the responsibility for the letter, which would come out at our next meeting. So what considerations? Oh,
No, the letter is this meeting.
we're not to vote on.
Yeah, no, the vote on.
Wasn't put for vote.
That's the agenda.
Not the way it was written.
That is the way I wrote you the text.
Okay. But first, next, I want to see if there are any questions from the community.
Wait. So first of all, there's been a mixture of clarifying questions and comments. I don't have clarifying questions. I do have comments. Should I make them now? So my comments are very succinct. I do not think the signs are needed. All the proposed locations have great cell service, except at the tunnel, and you already have the CMS sign at the tunnel. And all of the apps, Waze, Google, Apple Maps, probably a dozen others, all put up notifiers when there's an urgent condition they have. So I don't think.
Thank you. Okay, there are several people from the community who want to speak. And I will start with Jill Grant.
Hi, Len. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I have many questions, but I hope the answers will be short. So I'm looking right now at a temporary movable sign on Highway 1. It's about 500 feet from my home, and it says pedestrians use nearest crosswalk. It's by Surfers Beach. It runs day and night, 24/7, so I find it hard to believe that the new permanent signs will not be used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Tom Lantos signs also run all the time. But let me ask first, why don't we just continue using temporary signage like we did in the past for Pumpkin Festival and Pacific Coast Dream Machines? Because those can be just as large as 5 by 12, and they can have 3 lines of text or more, and we can move them. So is there a reason why we're going from temporary to permanent?
Thank you. Lindsay?
Okay, I'm going to turn this question over to David.
David is the one, yeah.
Well, those are great points to bring up, and I think there are certain advantages to the mobile portable changeable message signs that you're seeing out there. The sign that you are referencing is a unique situation. We are very concerned about safety along in the community for pedestrians and active transportation. The intent of the proposed signs are not to be used 24/7, and that is our general approach and policy. And in regards to the consideration of mobile portable signs, that I think that's something that we can definitely bring back to the project team and discuss the cost benefits of purchasing those and maintaining those. There are certain challenges with the portable signs. Their reliability is a little bit less, and their capability are currently less than what we currently have. We want to have the maximum flexibility to provide the most accurate and timely information to the travelers. And we also want to make sure to avoid having drivers utilize their cell phones. That's something that's very important to not only Caltrans, but the CHP and the law enforcement community, that we want to minimize distracted driving, and we want to have their eyes focused on regulatory signs. So that's certainly, a great question. I think we will bring that back to the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Williams on the phone. Hi, Kimberly, can you unmute? I think you have to do a *6. Is it #6? Okay. Kimberly, can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. This is Kimberly Williams, and I am speaking on behalf of myself as a Midcoast resident. I attended the Caltrans webinar, which was very informative, and I also attended the HMB City Council meeting recently, so I've heard this presentation 3 times now. And I appreciate the work of the team that is presenting. I know it's a lot of work to go to all these meetings and make these presentations. However, I would like to say that I do not feel that the signs are in line with the rural character of the coast side. I don't feel that they're necessary. The signs currently at the Tom Lantos tunnels and signs at the bottom of 92 with 280, I think those could be useful because people can make decisions at those junctures. But the signs that you have proposed aren't really helpful because people can't really make any decisions at that point. They're already here. The other thing is that Caltrans does not have a good record of maintenance for things like this, and they have you're going to put these signs and haven't gotten an answer to that. So I don't feel that they fit in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly, for your comments. I'm going to, this is a few comments there, and definitely we understand your concerns. I want to turn part of our response over first to Nandini and then to David. Nandini, do you have any thing that you would like to say?
Yes, I think I'm thankful, Kimberly made those comments. I just want to say, and being the project manager, I have to plead our case. So no offense. I hope that the council will try to consider why we are actually trying to install these signs. We did receive comments that the Tom Lantos tunnels changeable message signs were already there. So why do we need variable message signs? We did receive those comments. However, like Kimberly said, it would be these signs are going to be installed at decision points in locations where motorists can make a decision to get off of the highway. And so we could potentially work with the council, work with the community, and perhaps, reduce the number of signs, tweak the locations, and try to minimize any visual impacts that the council believes they have. We've done our best to locate them in developed areas where there's urban infrastructure. For instance, location 5 was near utility poles and wires running above them. And then, of course, there's the Ford dealership. There was a location, there's a variable message sign right there. So we've done our best to, strategically determine these locations and not randomly place them. And we've all been to Half Moon Bay and Pacifica and driven up and down that route. I myself have been stuck in congestion traffic, and I would have probably welcomed something that would indicate, or instruct me to get off the road. And perhaps there could also be an economic benefit. If people knew that they were going to be stuck for a couple of hours, they might decide to go have dinner in downtown Half Moon Bay or get off at Moss Beach Distillery. So I'd appreciate it if we have an opportunity to work with the council and see how best to address some of your concerns rather than discard this project entirely.
Okay, thank you. Brandon Kwan.
Hi, so regarding the signs, regarding David's comments that that these signs would only be of limited use, meaning it's not going to be used 24/7. I would like to mention that, there's a lot of things that happen at nights. It doesn't even take an accident or a major roadworks to create a large traffic backup, despite the sparse amount of cars that go through. I mean, just a 15-minute stop can create a large backup. For example, a few days ago, there was a malfunctioning red light at the tunnel, and going northbound. When I went southbound, there was a huge backup of cars. Probably the first car to encounter the stoplight poor guy, probably had to wait for 20 minutes, and by the time I passed, the red light was still on. So, and this isn't just one incident. There's throughout Highway 1, the intersection of Coronado Street, Straw Village. There's a lot of times at nights, there's a lot of malfunctioning red lights that just stay red lights and creates traffic backup. And it would be of limited utility if the signs aren't going to be used in the evenings. I mean, and that also leads to the question of if stoplights can malfunction, then these signs can malfunction as well. And what would be Caltrans' response then? And wouldn't a towable light be
Brandon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you've asked enough questions. Let's let him respond.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to turn this question over to David. Question and comment.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. Let me start by just clarifying what I've talked about, how the signs, we generally don't use them at night. I mean, in cases where there are major emergencies like a tunnel closure.
Use them in the night.
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't hear you.
No.
I'll continue on. So yes, so we certainly, and as one of the managers in the traffic operations division, I do monitor what signs that we have on and off throughout the day. And like I said, in general, most of our signs are dark because there's not real need. However, yes, you're correct. There are incidents and emergencies and road work at night, and we do have the signs on, and we do utilize the signs. But once again, we are cognizant of the community.
Oops.
Oh,
I think we lost it there. Okay. Well, that's.
Sorry. Maybe we can go back to that one.
We'll come back to that. I'm going to go to Greg Diegas with a comment.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of what's been said by Claire and Kimberly. We've had issues about the aesthetics don't look quite right. It's an urban solution, et cetera. I also tend to minimize the need for calculating speed and advising drivers of traffic time. But there is a legitimate need, and we just covered it earlier this meeting, in terms of disaster and evacuation traffic control. Now, in order to do that right, I would suspect we need to get an expert involved in telling us what kind of traffic controls we need to ration and direct traffic, presumably both lanes in the same direction in the case of emergencies. I note that your design doesn't have anything on Highway 92. And if we were designing a system for disaster and evacuation, we would want to stop people coming from Highway 92 into Half Moon Bay. And I'm sorry to mention it to Harvey, but we would need to stop people coming north into Half Moon Bay. So the way I would handle this project is go back and look at what the needs are for disaster and evacuation control. I don't know who's an expert that can offer an opinion on that proper design, but make that the solution. And then if you get some derivative benefit out of it in terms of monitoring things, great. But the points other people and I have made before about the signs are at the wrong point for making decisions, that's still valid. So I would postpone this project until you have some kind of a disaster evacuation group get with you and tell you what they would want. And it might have to involve the sheriff and CAL FIRE. Then come back and say, this is what we're going to do because of disaster. And oh, by the way, we're also going to meter stuff. But I think there is a legitimate need, but it has to be studied from that context. Thank you.
Thank Greg. I don't think there was a question there. Michelle Weil?
Yes, hi. Yeah, I had made my clarifying question before, but I did want to express my comments on this. So I think, actually, Greg said it very well. I do think because, we're talking about emergency preparedness, we know we have a great risk here of wildfires or other emergencies such as earthquake. We're going to need to know what to do and where to go. And I think we have to, understand in these situations, we may not have cell service, we may not have power at our homes. It may be difficult to get information out. And I want to make sure that we have the ability to go where we need to go. And I do think that there is a benefit that these signs could have in terms of that. There is a point made that we have these portable signs up. I know we have the one at Surfers Beach. We have the signs around the Moss Beach crosswalk. And to me, those are really unsightly, as they're right there on the roadway. They're, I know that they're temporary, but they're temporary signs that stay up for months or even potentially years. I'd much rather have a more thoughtfully designed sign that can be used. A 5 by 12 does sound large, but I think when you actually see it, it doesn't, it is not that big. I think we can look at whether there's a, potential to have a smaller sign, but having, to me, the need for emergency preparedness by far outweighs the negative of having a sign there. And I do understand the argument that it doesn't align with the coastal character, but I think that the most important thing is that if there is an emergency, we need to be able to get out of here. The other point I just did want to make is that Nandini, sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, you did it right. You did it right.
Just raised the question around. Okay, good. Raise a question around guardrails, and if there are guardrails, needed in other areas, then we should let you know that. And I do think there is a need for guardrails north of Montera up until the tunnel. We've had a few accidents lately where people have gone off the road there. And there are some areas, there's specifically one area where I believe 3 cars have gone off now that doesn't have a guardrail. And so I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that and put a plug in there for adding that.
Thanks, Michelle. Barb, you had a comment? Barb, I saw your hand up, but I guess you have taken it back down.
Yeah, no, thanks. The only comment I wanted to make is I do agree that I think for safety and evacuation, these signs would be very useful. But to tell us that you're putting up a sign in El Granada or Moss Beach in that airport area, that's not a place where anyone can make a decision of, oh, I think I'll turn around, go the other way. So to say that these signs are put there so people can make choices, that's not correct in that area. And that's 2 of the most sensitive signs that people are complaining about. So but I do agree that signs would be very helpful in an emergency.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to go back to Dave, who has the letter for review, comment, and the vote, and ask him what he would like to do next relative to input.
You haven't talked to everybody that had their hands up, Ken.
I understand that, but it is 10 o'clock now, so I want to give Dave a chance to outline what he needs.
We need to let the community speak.
I'd just like to hear the Dave first.
Okay.
Dave?
Sorry, wrong one.
No. Dave, the question is, we have, I believe, Sid Young, Dan Haggerty, and Jill Grant, who would like to make further comments. So if we close it off at that.
That's your call.
I would like each of you to take the shortest possible time to express your question. I think we have a lot of opinions done. I'll start with Jill Grant.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared. Okay, I'm going to be really quick. The goal written in this Caltrans neg deck is to improve day-to-day traffic management capabilities for Caltrans, cities, and first responders, and also provide accurate travel time information for the traveling public on State Route 1. But previous speakers have nailed it when they said these locations at Coral Reef and the airport are not going to do that. You're stuck. You know, I've been traveling this for 20 years. If you're at location 5 or 6, there is no way out if there's traffic. So you're right. You would pull over and go to a restaurant because you're not getting out anytime soon. The other thing is, I want to ask 2 questions. One, is Caltrans aware that there's a rare plant near the airport location? It's Orrin Duff's metal foam. It's listed as 1B.1 and it's seriously threatened in California. That's question 1. And the second one is, will the use of the signs adhere to Caltrans changeable message signs guidelines? This is from December 2013. I don't know if you can see that. So 2 questions, rare plant and does it adhere to your guidelines? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can you repeat the name of the rare plant? I apologize, I didn't hear it the first time.
The plant is called Orrin Duff's metal foam.
Okay, great, thank you. If it is not included in, we do our best to address all rare plants, including those that are on the California Native Plant Society's list of rare plants. And if it's not included in our draft environmental document, we will make a note of that and revisit it. And we can include considerations for it in the final environmental document and incorporate avoidance minimization measures to make sure that we do not adversely affect that plant species.
Great.
And then for the other question, I will turn that over to David as far as will our signs adhere to these guidelines? David, do you want to speak to that?
Can I briefly interrupt? Jill, can you type the name of the plant into the chat?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you type the name of the plant into the chat so we'll get it in minutes?
You betcha.
Thank you.
Okay. David?
All right, great. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So yes, all messaging on the state highway system, whether it's a changeable message sign or the proposed variable message signs, or even those portable changeable message signs, do need to comply with those guidelines. Those guidelines are based, as I mentioned, on federal regulations and guidance from Washington, D.C. It is important to note that Caltrans is currently updating those guidelines in the near future, and we will continue to abide by those guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. Sid? Sid, you have a...
Yeah, I was just trying to get the unmute. Well, I do have some input, and I've already sent my letter because I did think it was the 11th for the deadline, but I really feel like the best use are the travel times to alert visitors, because pretty much we know, and you can always check Waze or Google Maps, the Amber Alerts for, kidnapped kids or anything else like that, and emergency notifications, tsunami alerts, that sort of thing. But the placement is what I have a big problem with. And yes, the rural feel. I mean, sorry, but that's a Brussels sprouts field over there where you want to put a sign to notify people heading north how long it's going to take to get to Pacifica. But actually, you should have it heading the other direction, or maybe make it a double-sided sign so you can have people know how long it's going to take them when they get to Surfers Beach, where there's almost always a log jam, even on weekdays. So, I just really don't like how you decided, or I don't even understand how you decided on the placement. Now, I just want to give you a very brief scenario that if you put one up at like Seton Hospital in Daly City notifying people that the tunnel is closed, they wouldn't make a 12-mile trek down to the Lindemar and then get turned around by a CHP or something. You could just keep heading down 280 and take 92. But to put it in even Clarinata Avenue, it's not going to be that helpful. So, you know, the more emergency type thing for residents of the coast side would be over on 92 at like the Crystal Springs or 280 Junction, and at Highway 1 and 280 in Daly City, so that we can make decisions. I don't know how many times in the past I've driven all the way down to Lindemar just to have some poor Pacifica cop station there to tell us, turn around and take the 12 miles back, and then you have to waste your gas all the way down 92. So I really think, you know, plus Harvey came to this meeting earlier and said they voted to reject any locations in Half Moon Bay. So it's not going to help tourists coming up from Santa Cruz or Monterey County. I'm sorry, but I just don't think it's a great idea. I would like to see some signs for notification for closures of tunnels and roads, but where you've decided to put them isn't going to help us.
Okay.
Might help tourists.
I think the question Sid raised to your team, Vivian, is, could you consider different locations?
Yeah, hi, I want to open this question up. It's a few different answers, and first Nandini, but then also Mark Powers on how we determine the locations of the signs. And part of it, of course, is, we do hear your concerns, and I wanted to quickly add that it's, our thought and consideration of this project is that not everyone who is traveling through the Half Moon or along the State Route 1 corridor through San Mateo County would have a cellular phone, and that there are advantages to keeping your eyes up on the road to be aware of travel conditions or, again, emergency situations, and not have your head buried down into your phone to look at Waze or Google, which can result in rear-end collisions in crowded situations. And so that was part of our consideration in regards to proposing these signs. I do want to turn it over first to Mark Powers to see if he has anything to add about the placement of these signs and the distance between them and why we chose the locations that we did. So Mark.
Yeah, hi, this is Mark Powers. First, I want to address CMS's upstream of the 92-280 interchange. On northbound 280, there's a CMS sign at Farm Hill Road. That's about 6 miles upstream of the 92-280 interchange. Going southbound, there's a CMS sign about 3 miles upstream of the 92-280 interchange at Hain Road. And then on westbound 92, there's a CMS sign at De Anza. Those 3 signs can message traffic heading on 280 or 92 that may potentially be traveling toward the coast. It's true that it would be nice to have a CMS sign on southbound 280 before you take the interchange onto Highway 1. But these elements tend to go into a regional competition for funding, and we have TOS elements that we would like to install throughout the Bay Area in the 9 counties. Several of these freeway-to-freeway interchanges where we'd like to see CMS signs. There's some prioritization that's done with that. And the sign that we would like to put on southbound 280 upstream of the Highway 1 interchange hasn't come up in priority yet. This particular project developed as part of a statewide travel time for recreational areas. There was a project done on Highway 50 leading up to the ski slopes in South Lake Tahoe where they had existing changeable message signs. That District 3, had the idea of installing these wireless detection systems to measure travel times so that they could post those on the existing changeable message signs. And for people who were heading home from the slopes, if there was too much congestion and it took too much time, they could make the decision to stay around for a while and patronize the local restaurants. My point is that because this has originated as a travel time project and is a statewide effort, there's an opportunity to put these types of variable message signs on the Highway 1 corridor through the recreational area. If there weren't this opportunity, the other opportunity would be to go into this regional competition for these types of signs, and priority-wise may not rank very high. So the spacing of, so this is originating as a travel time project. It has very important applications for emergency messaging, as we've been discussing at this meeting, but it does have that travel time component. And because of that, we've been spacing out these signs every 4 to 5 miles to give motorists an opportunity to know travel times on busy weekends during the summer when there's a lot of coastal influx into the area, as well as weekends in October leading up to the Pumpkin Festival. The spacing of the signs is every 4 to 5 miles. We've tried to put them upstream of decision points like the 192 intersection. If these VMS signs are not upstream of a decision point, at least it's an opportunity to inform the motorist of conditions ahead of them, so they're not left stuck in congestion wondering what happened, why are we waiting so long?
Thank you, Mark. Dan, how much time would you like, Dan?
Probably just a couple of minutes. So I wanted to add on to Brandon's concern about malfunctioning lights. First, I want to say it's my understanding that every signal light controller on Caltrans roads are controlled from Oakland via Wi-Fi. That's my understanding. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So everyone is controlled by Oakland. I have personal experience where many times the light is red for no reason. There's no cars trying to make a left turn or anything. The traffic is stopped. So especially at the intersection of Highway 92 and right there at the Crystal Springs, that light, I know for a fact that one malfunctioned and caused enormous backup on all of 92. It was cycling and turning red for as if a car needed to make a left turn from the side road when there was no car there at all. And that was a complaint that I sent to the local maintenance department, and his response was, I don't know. I'll get back to you. Never got back to me. So I think that really Caltrans should be spending money, again, California taxpayer dollars, on, making sure that the signals are working properly so that the traffic actually flows, as opposed to alerting them when they already can see the cars in front of them and there's gridlock that, there's slow traffic. I also want to end by asking, since you've already expressed that these CMS lights are dimmable, I want to strongly request that you actually start dimming some of them, because some of these CMS signs are completely blinding. We've got the bright lights from the newer cars on the side, but also your CMS signs and your metering light sign is so darn bright, I cannot see what is on the road. I am blinded.
Thank you, Dan. That's your 2 minutes. Okay. I don't think we need a response there. Dave, could you take it from here? You're mute, Dave.
This is exactly the same letter we had at the September 9th meeting that we decided to delay until after the Caltrans presentation. The two changes are, well, three changes. There's some minor formatting. I've added this sentence, making it a stronger request, matching the strength of the request from Half Moon Bay. And I added this sentence at the end. So that CMS on eastbound 92 near Ralston, I think it is one of those CMS signs, which is on 100% of the time, and it is super bright. You come up 92 at night, it is blinding. So sorry, Caltrans folks, but we don't trust you. We were promised way back those CMS signs would only be used for emergencies and severe traffic conditions, and we all know that's not what happened.
Dave, I have one question to Lindsay about the team. So all of these comments, by and large, relate to the signs, which inform local people, but some of the things your team has said indicates they provide value to the larger network of information signs. I just want to confirm if that's the case, and if there's still value with the sensors there, but not the displays in the Midcoast.
David, I'm going to turn that question over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the feedback. I think, in short, the sensors we would lose some value with the sensors by not being able to inform, the traveling public. I think that the way we look at systems, the way the nation looks at these intelligent transportation systems, as you would call it, they work in tandem with each other. So I think that the overall project, with some signs and something that we can work with the community on, we get greater benefits, and hopefully that's something that we can definitely measure, especially when we have those major events and incidents. I do want to just touch briefly. There have been a number of questions about maintenance. I don't want to spend a lot of time on them. I certainly, as one of my past jobs at Caltrans, was responsible for many of the traffic signals in the Bay Area. We are able to see some of the traffic signals in the Half Moon Bay area from our Oakland office. And I want to add that moving forward, Caltrans, is part of the Senate Bill 1, has devoted a significant amount of resources for the maintenance. We're really moving to fix it first. And traffic signals are actually one of our core assets. So I'm currently working on a program to update our traffic signals throughout the Bay Area. So it's very important to us. Now, if you do notice abnormal conditions, please report it to us. One of the best places to report it is on their website. Just report a highway issue or problem. We will definitely get to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Dave.
So anyway, so those are the two changes since September 9th. Since this is the second time we've seen this, and I reread the agenda wording, I don't see there's any reason we have to wait till next.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
So if others agree with me, I would like to hear a motion to send this letter or to amend it.
So basically, since a council member has objected to stopping discussion, I want to get the sense of the council as to whether they would like to take more comment or close discussion. I'll just do it as a straw vote. So,
Len, I have my hand up. I just had another question that I wanted to ask.
Sure.
Before of the Caltrans folks. My question is just, in the event of a power outage on the coast, would there be any sort of like backup generator or any way to still run these signs? If the power is out over a wider swath of the coast?
That's a great question. David, I'm going to turn that one over to you.
Yes, so thanks for the question. So for a long-term power outage, we would be challenged to operate the signs. However, we are working with our vendor partners to have smaller battery backup units, kind of what we have at traffic signals. One of the reasons why that we don't necessarily always install battery backups of these signs is that, it does require a larger cabinet. So we're very, we're making a concerted effort to the visual impacts, but that is something that we will consider during the design phase. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jill, you want to say more? I see your hand up, Jill, but you're muted, so I don't know whether.
Sorry, Len. So in order to save time, I figured I would just put my comments in. I could either email them to you or just put them in the comment bar or whatever.
You can send them as a chat to the group.
Okay, I'm just going to put them in the chat because I don't want to spend any more time.
Okay.
I know you guys are super tired. And thank you so much.
Dan, how much more time do you want?
Okay, so I'd like to make an amendment that.
No, but we're not coming to amendments yet, Dan. So if you want to speak to the letter, I'm going to turn it back to Dave first he needs to have a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the letter.
Okay, a second. Without a second, it dies.
No point in discussing it further then.
Wow.
No. Okay, we have a motion. We have no
Actually,
second.
I can second it, even though
Okay, go ahead. Very good. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
We can discuss it.
We can discuss. I will go with you first, Dan. You seem to have an amendment you want to put forward.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the letter. Strike the complete letter and put a message to Caltrans to do not build this project, period.
Okay, thank you. He's made an amendment motion. Is there a second? Okay. Seeing no second, the motion dies. Okay, back to you, Dave.
All right, so mostly I just want to give the community and anybody else in the council, I mean, clearly there's not a strong sentiment, send this on the council. And so I'm mildly curious as to whether people just want the whole project or there's something about the letter that they think makes the point.
Okay, I think Dan's made a comment on it. Let's just go through. Claire, what is your consideration for this item? You're muted, Claire.
My focus on all of this is that we do need something. And I think if we wanted to ask for something that was definitely oriented toward disaster, from what I'm hearing from the Caltrans people, that's not an option at this point because this is a recreation-oriented project, not a disaster-oriented project. So it sounds as though what I originally wanted to do was to say, we don't particularly like this, but we want this other thing. We want the disaster-oriented signs. But so I wouldn't want to send this without saying we would like something else instead. But it doesn't sound like we're going to get it. I think this is just too blanket of a refusal to have the signs when we really do need something.
Okay, so I understand. Michelle?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with a lot of what Claire just said. I think it's in our community's best interest to, rather than just flatly say we don't want this, to work with Caltrans to try to get what we want and what we really need. And I do think that what we really need is, signs that would help us in an evacuation. That's why I think, if there would have to be some sort of battery backup. We learned our lesson with the tunnel. If something goes out, if power goes out, we don't want to just, have no ability to, we don't want these signs to become useless because those are the major reason I think that we're even considering this, that some of the members of the council do want to see something installed. So I think this is an opportunity to really decide what we need and to kind of sort of have more of a say in what this project looks like, rather than just saying we don't want it, we don't want anything.
Understand. Barb?
I'm for the letter.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're at basically a split here.
Glenn?
Yes,
Could I-
Dan. You've already made your comment, I think. Do you just want to change it?
Just really quickly that I think the council needs to understand how Caltrans operates.
Dan, we're going through the vote now. Dan, could you hold your comment, please?
No, in regards to like working with Caltrans, it needs to be completely redesigned.
You made your comment in terms of this. I think you wanted an amendment, which was not approved. So are you in favor of this?
I'm just continuing the discussion, Glenn.
No.
I'm commenting on some of the other council members' comments. Okay, I'm done. I made my comment. Thank you.
We have two community members, Len, who wanted to speak on this.
Okay, we'll go with Sid Young. Sid, could you be to the point, please?
Actually, I just saw that David put his email address in there. That's all I wanted.
Thank you. Jill, you're next. Jill, you're mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, I put two comments in the chat, and I'll just say it real quick. So I thought your letter was really good in addressing the lack of information provided by the neg deck. But one important thing is this is an incomplete mitigated neg deck. They addressed the impacts of installing the project elements, but they did not address the permanent impacts, which are light pollution, wildlife, impact on our, aesthetics, darkened skies. So it doesn't address those, so it's incomplete. So maybe you want to change the wording of your letter. First of all, to be more strongly opposed to the installation of those signs in the Midcoast area. And secondly, to ask for them to evaluate the permanent impacts.
Well, if I've heard the council's comments correctly, we have two members who think that having signs is important, specifically for disaster, and don't find that this provides an avenue for that support to be handled, at least from what we've heard from Caltrans, but they're not willing to vote outright to drop the sign. So we're sort of in an in-between. I guess, yeah. Lindsay, in the process you're running, is this a case where, we go with what you've had, there's not a consider other avenues?
Yes, so this is of course, an ongoing dialogue. And so I wanted to emphasize, and I don't think I mentioned this earlier, at the conclusion of the environmental process, we have a design that's considered 35% complete, approximately 30 to 35%. And that's where we're at. So it's still fairly conceptual, and there are opportunities, even during the design phase, to continue tweaking and possibly relocating some of these signs, adjusting the location in coordination with the California Coastal Commission, yourselves here tonight, Midcoast Community Council, Half Moon Bay City Council, and others. So that it's not a done deal. There are definitely tweaks and modifications that can be made and that continue to occur during the design process. Additionally, we are able, as part of this process, it's not an all or none. We could, like I said, even with the adoption of the build alternative, we could build all or part of the project. It doesn't have to be all of the sign locations, and we can continue to conduct outreach and work with the local community to see if there might be a location where these signs would be better suited. And as well as in the environmental document, I wanted to mention in relation to it being incomplete, certainly with the comments that we receive, if there's something that needs to be expanded upon, that can be done in the final environmental document. And so if we maybe did not address impacts to wildlife fully, or address night pollution fully, again, with these signs potentially being on during nighttime hours, we can certainly revisit that in the final environmental document and readdress our conclusions. But yes, this is the environmental process provides us, sorry, I was bouncing around a little bit. It's getting late, but I was bouncing around between those two ideas. Coming back, I want to emphasize that the proposal you see here in front of you tonight can certainly be modified, and more opportunities to do so beyond the environmental process. And that does occur through the coastal permitting process. And we want to continue to work with all of you here tonight, the local community and the council, to possibly continue addressing your concerns and just to have that coordination going forward. I know, Nandini, we've been texting here, and we wanted to mention that the project team is open to that, and certainly modifications again can happen looking forward. So I don't know if I've probably spoken enough on that point. Sorry.
Thank you, Lindsay. So Dave, I mean, it doesn't appear to me that there's sufficient support for your letter as written. And I think
we've got at least 2, maybe 3. So let's call for the vote.
No, there were.
I'm sorry. There's one. Wait, there's one more community comment to Kimberly Williams on the phone.
Okay. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I agree with everything that Jill said. And to Claire and Michelle's point, I agree that emergency preparedness and information is very important. And if there was a way to redirect this project in that way, maybe it could work, but it doesn't sound like that's a possibility from what I'm hearing. I guess if they could eliminate most of the signs and be more strategic about how this would work to not impede the view and the coastal character, then it might be worth considering. But I just want to caution that this happens on the coast often, and that we make concessions because we don't get what we need, and we go with what money is there for something that we don't necessarily need. So I would ask us to think carefully about making that concession, because I really think, like Claire said, we need an emergency preparedness focus and not this particular project. And it's hard to wait for that, but I think we should wait for the opportunity for that specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Len?
Dan, do you want to speak again?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment. Another attempt.
Another attempt. Okay, go ahead.
So again, strike the complete letter and say, do not build this project as designed currently. Please redesign for only critical emergency information in a simpler manner with less impact.
Okay, that's your motion, I believe. Is there a second? Okay. Motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, so Dave, would you want to vote this straight up?
Yeah, let's vote it, see what happens.
So basically, we have the letter as written with the amendments Dave identified. We've had 2 council members who have expressed a real interest in signs that would be helpful, especially for disasters. And we've heard from Caltrans that this comes out of a fairly specific funding pot. So it's not clear they have an ability to respond to that. I suppose we could attach a final sentence that says we would be interested in signs that provided effective support for disasters and emergencies as a note. I mean, or just not. I guess my question to Michelle and to Claire is, would that make any difference to have a final sentence of that type?
Are you making a motion for an amendment?
I'm asking the 2 council members who primarily were looking for support in disasters and evacuations from the signs. And I think we heard from Caltrans that that's quite a stretch from where this is. So we could put, just to indicate that we had certain interests in it, a sentence of that type, and just ask them whether that would make any difference.
That would make a difference to me, but I want to drag this on all night, but I think just adding a sentence, I would want to rewrite the whole letter just so it flowed a little bit better to lead up to that last sentence. But having that focus would make a difference to me.
What about you, Michelle?
Yeah, I'm totally with Claire. I'm rereading the letter now, and I think just adding a sentence at the end is not really going to express the concern in an adequate manner. So I think it would need to be rewritten.
Okay, and then Barb, you were for the letter as written. I mean, no, you were for. Barb, could you restate your position?
She said she was for the letter.
I'm for the letter, yeah.
For the letter, okay. Then let's put it for a vote.
Len?
I go last.
Okay. Dan?
No.
Barbara?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Michelle?
No.
I vote no. Len?
I'm going to vote yes because I agree with the positions of Michelle and Claire, but I think that the opposition is fairly clear also at the community level. I think it's a major opportunity, or at least for a dialogue, missed, but I think we've spent all the time that we can put on it.
Okay, that is, as I wrote it down here, it gives us a 3-3 tie. I would suggest.
I voted yes. I was explaining why I voted yes.
Yeah, 6 of us.
And so did Dave, and so did Barbara.
And we have, Dan voted. How did you vote, Dan?
Dan voted no.
Okay, then
I would suggest, since we have a 3-3 tie, and since Barbara and I since Michelle and I might support something that was written a little differently, that we table it and bring it back.
Okay, so you and Michelle.
So this letter dies. We can you guys can write another letter for the 28th. That's fine.
Okay, I think we have our next step then.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
which I would probably support.
From your team, Lindsay, and thanks for everybody who participate. So.
Thank you for allowing us to present this project tonight. And I'm going to turn it over to Nandini in just a second here. I wanted to quickly apologize for something I think I misstated earlier, which is in regards to the Pumpkin Festival. I understand that just the weigh-in was virtual and the whole event was canceled this year. So I apologize if I misspoke on that and wanted to clarify my point there from my presentation earlier. But thank you again for your time here this evening. And Nandini, did you have anything else to add?
I just wanted to thank the council as well. Thank you very much for inviting us and letting us present this project again. And I would appreciate any opportunity we could have in the future to work with the council and the cities to better design this project and make it satisfactory. But thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you from Caltrans.
Okay. Okay. So we next move to agenda item C. I'm going to truncate this, considerably shorten it, but we do have a community member who is here to speak to a point that's raised in this. So I'm going to give the background, let her speak, and then table this. So basically, I'm going to take the screen and share it. Let's see here. Okay.
Is that for me?
What's that? Yeah, it'll be for you, Joanne. Just hold on. Okay.
Sorry. God, you guys have long meetings.
Yes, we do.
Not usually this long.
Yeah, is that
a little extreme here? Okay. Can everybody see the document called Midcoast Priorities, Midcoast Community Priorities?
Yeah, but can you turn off the formatting marks, then?
Where did it go? Okay.
I think you can go ahead and talk while you're doing that, or wait.
I think it's markup, right?
Yeah.
Under there.
Go down.
Should be that. No, there's just, you're just the marks you want, right?
The menu you were on called markup down near the bottom.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
Anyway, go on. Not
Thank you. Okay, in the wake of the detour that was put onto Highway 1 in Miramar because of the closure of the bridge, and at the same time, a request coming forward or for Caltrans to present on a crosswalk in that area, which had to be abandoned because the detour would have conflicted completely with that. It came to my attention from that really the particular needs of Miramar as a community had been overlooked in the work done on the Connect the Coast side. What I wanted to stress is that each community on the coast has their own particular hot buttons. And while we're trying to get an overall solution for Connect the Coast side that deals with Highway 1 as a whole, each community's particular needs have high priorities for them. And I wanted to make sure that they were recognized so that each community could its position forward. And in particular, in speaking with Joanne Brooks, who's here to talk about her situation, I want to bring it not so much just to isolate what she needs or the situation, but to keep in mind that we have to, when we view Connect the Coast side, make sure we consider all the needs of the communities. So in particular, I was going to ask Joanne to explain that in the absence of a crosswalk in her area, she had two particular needs that came to the light. One was the completion of the parallel trail, which would have been supportive of her needs. And we had really had no complete idea of when that was going to be finished. And second, the crossing that exists at Murata Road and Alto Avenue, which has become even harder to navigate with the detour there. So I'm going to ask Joanne just to give a little background on her situation.
Yeah, back since 2018, I've been in contact with Caltran after being referred from Half Moon Bay, from the county, and a number of all the different local agencies. And I ended up with the area that makes special any modifications for persons with disabilities. I live on the east side of Miramar Drive, and everybody that crosses goes underneath and crosses through a drainage ditch. I'm disabled. I have a recumbent trike that I don't have any use of my arms, only partial use of one hand. And I can't get my bike down and go underneath the tunnel. So for 2 years, I've been asking for some way to safely cross the road, whether it be at a pedestrian activated blinking light or something. But normally I would go cross Miramar Drive, heading west, stop in the middle area once I got past one lane and wait for traffic to clear enough where I could get all the way across. Well, now with the new construction and stuff for the bridge, you've eliminated, 4 left-hand turns from every direction, and you've moved all that traffic down to Alto and Murata Road. So now most people would, if they lived on Miramar Road East, coming down Highway 1 South, they would turn left at Miramar Road. Now all that traffic is going to Murata Alto Road. Okay, well, it's the same coming out. So now you've got traffic at that intersection with cars going 4 different ways and actively. And, I know what it's like getting a car across there before the construction. Well, if you can imagine how hard it is to get a car across, well, can you imagine how hard it is to take a bicycle across the street? And then, I guess when I saw the construction, I thought, oh my God, they're getting me my crosswalk, because I had received letters from Caltrans saying that the project was approved. Well, now, I'm looking at it, it's going to be years before anything's completed. So I'm here, if we make all these adjustments for people, visitors, or people using the trail, what about all these neighborhoods on the east side? How do we cross safely? Not just driving, but how do we physically cross the road? There is no shoulder. When you go out Miramar Drive, there's no shoulder to the right because it's that bridge. No shoulder to the left. Okay, so now not only do I not have a shoulder on the side of the road at Miramar, the east side of Miramar Drive, now it's even narrower. So the whole detour has made just living on this side of the road extremely dangerous. And I feel like that, I don't know why I'm living on the coast. I can't drive. I can't get my bike to the coast, which, I'm 2 blocks. It should be, easy to do. As it was before, I'd pray for my life, grab my bike, wait for somebody to slow down, run, stop in the middle of the road. And then, hopefully somebody would stop or there'd be a break and I could get over. Now the intersection that I have to do that out, I'm competing with a lot more traffic. I'm competing with all the people who were going to turn left on Miramar are now turning left at that street. All the people that were going to turn coming north on Highway 1 that were going to turn left on Miramar on the west side now turn at the Murata Road. So, it's a huge safety issue. And I guess from my standpoint, I feel like I've been drug around in circles. And
so, Joanne, I want to thank you for sharing that part. And to the council, I want to say that to draw 2 points here. First of all, I realized in looking at her needs to use her recumbent trike that with the parallel trail complete, both going to Coronado where there's a light and an intersection to safely cross, and with the Half Moon Bay portion complete to get to Frenchman's Creek and the light there, she at least had the ability to cross safely in her trike. But in looking at where those projects stood, I found it was an example of it passed, but it is sort of sitting there in an untracked no man's land. That's why I asked Lena to look into it today and feel that it's our responsibility on projects that we consider priorities, which this is, to stay with it. So in looking at Connect the Coast side, it said that they wanted to revisit the priorities in the project every 5 years. And I felt that where we have specific priorities in each community, that we should look at them at least twice a year. Not that each one gets completed, but at least to understand what its status for progress is. So that's what I was trying to identify for input to the Connect the Coast side group, so that when they come back, besides the things that they assemble in their own total framework, that the priorities of each community could be recognized. Only 1 or 2 probably for each community, but important to recognize. The other part that she's brought forward is that with the closure of the bridge, which was known in advance for some time, but there was really not much planning going on, at least not effectively.
I don't ever remember. I saw the closing of the bridge, but I don't ever remember them saying that they were going to eliminate and divert all the traffic and narrow that part of Highway 1.
Well, in closing the coastal trail and then keeping it open for the people using it, that's what they had to do.
They didn't actually narrow the shoulders, by the way.
No, there was no shoulder on my side of the road, but they eliminated the middle turn lane.
Yes.
Right.
Which is where I would stand with my big old
I
driver.
understand. Just that's where it is. And in terms of the Murata Road, Alto Avenue, that had actually dropped out of the intersection review as it evolved. And so it's being looked at, but it's been made worse. And so when we talk about the replacement of the bridge, you know, it ripples all the way through, and all of these are negative impacts for Miramar. I just wanted to bring it here while Joanne was here. I don't want to take more council time in this meeting because I think we do need to move forward to consider future agendas.
Can I ask Joanne a question, please?
Sure.
Yes, Joanne, I want to start out by saying I understand your concern. I truly get it. But just quickly, I'm interested to know if there was a pedestrian underpass, not like the culvert, but something that you could actually use and you could actually get down safely. Would that be something that you would support as far as a feasibility study of something that, you know, that's a very dangerous curve for a crosswalk. Whether or not the crosswalk was there or not, it'd still be dangerous for anybody using the crosswalk on the curve. Would you support at least a feasibility study for a pedestrian underpass there that would potentially work for you?
Oh, that would be great. I mean, right now, I can't get my bike down into the creek, and then it doesn't fit into the tunnel.
I understand. Yes. Thank you.
Sure. Does anybody else have any questions they would like to pose here?
I would like to say something very quickly.
Sure.
I would like to deal with Joanne's issues, but I feel like it would take a lot of time right now. Maybe we could come back to it. But what I do want to say is that Miramar is an elected area. We have not had anybody, to my knowledge, ever run for the MCC from Miramar. And the CDC has been trying for years to get someone from Miramar to be on the CDC representing that area. I'm hoping that the things we're talking about tonight will generate some interest on the part of Miramar residents.
Well, if I have to go knock on doors, I will.
Okay. Thank you, Claire. So Joanne, I will get back to you for next steps, but right now I want to first go to council activity.
Len, sorry, but I did have my hand up and I typed it into the chat as well. Do you know when the final comments are due for Connect the Coast Side?
Connect the Coast Side has, with their presentation last week, taken their comments in for the current draft. If you still want to send something to it, they'll certainly receive it. And their goal is to bring a new draft forward after Thanksgiving.
Okay, thank you.
They're also, anyway, if they make their goal of bringing it to us immediately after Thanksgiving, they will ask for a special meeting on the third week of December to run that by the council. There will not be a fourth week meeting in December. But that's all contingent on their having a draft to distribute immediately after Thanksgiving. Okay. Let's see, does anybody on the council have anything by way of correspondence and other meetings attended they would like to speak about?
Len, you had one hand raised from Jill.
Oh, so I didn't get my things up. Yeah, go ahead. Participants. Got it. Okay.
Yes, can I talk?
I was going to recognize Michelle Weil first.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to report on one quick council activity thing.
Sure, go ahead.
So I just reached out to Nicholas Calderon today about the potential opening of playgrounds on the Midcoast, since the state did come out with some new regulations stating that playgrounds could open with certain restrictions. And he actually forwarded me to Scott Lombardi, who said that they're still working on a couple things. They're working to put up signage to make sure that everyone who visits playgrounds are aware of the rules and the restrictions. But the first one to open will most likely be Quarry Park's playground, potentially as early as next week. Regarding the Moss Beach Park, they're still waiting on some components and on inspections. So it sounds like that's going to be even longer. They don't currently have a timeline for that. And I also asked about Fitzgerald Marine Reserve and the beach and tide pool area, and they also do not have a timeline for opening that.
Okay, thank you. Jill Grant, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Glenn. I would just like to say that Joanne's not the only person having issues there. Even though we live in El Granada, I have a daughter who rides her bike to the neighborhood Joanne lives in, and I don't want her crossing that highway. And sometimes she can go through the little culvert underneath. If it's wet, she can't. She can't visit her friends across the street. She has to ride all the way back to Coronado, cross, and go down the rec trail. But, you know, teenagers don't always listen. So I'm pretty sure she's crossing that street, that highway. And I think that should be a top priority to get a safe crossing there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Barbara.
I just want to follow up on what is happening with this agenda item. Are we bringing this up? Are we tabling this till next meeting, or?
The agenda item 4.
Just Connect the Coast site.
Yes, I gave the report on the Connect the Coast side drafting status and the items I brought up with regard to priorities. I was going to defer to the next meeting.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, Jill, you've spoken already. Did you have additional items, Jill, or is your hand still up?
I didn't get around to Laura.
No, I don't have additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're coming up for our discussion of our agenda for the next meetings. I guess the key question, I think, revolves around the issue of fire danger, broadly stated. The county has initiated a broad program that is, I think, best understood by listening to the video of the meeting that occurred this morning. It would be good listening for everybody. With respect to the discussions we've had here, following Kellex Nelson and the RCD, I felt the next speaker to come would be someone from CAL FIRE who could give their perspective on the fire dangers and related topics.
Excuse me.
But I'm interested in giving Dan and Greg their time to just speak on their thoughts about this area.
In respect to today's meeting, can we have a link on our website to make it easy for the community to find the meeting and to be able to view it?
Yeah, it's already up on our website. There's a
it is? Great, thank you.
Good enough.
As far as future agenda item, yes. I'd like to request a agenda item for a presentation on crown fires.
Well, I think to do that, I'd probably look for someone from CAL FIRE who could speak broadly on that.
Okay, well, I'm requesting a different speaker.
Do you have a particular speaker in mind?
I do.
Okay, then I tell you what, Greg, are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
Do you have thoughts for our next meeting?
Well, I think what he's talking about is that a guy I've been working with, we're going to produce an article tomorrow on crown fires. It's a slideshow that Keith Mangold has put together, if I pronounce his name right. In addition, I sent the county last night a fairly lengthy list of issues and questions, talking points, and they either think like I do or they're actually listening, because several of them made comments like that. So I just agree. I want the MCC to prioritize discussion of fire and disaster evacuation matters. And I believe I copied the MCC on what I sent the county, and we'll post it in an article. And I'm going to invite the community to comment so that we have an inventory of the things we're concerned about so we can begin to address them. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the council who wishes to discuss a next meeting with regard to fire issues? With Dan and myself, there's room for one more council person. Don't see anybody else expressing interest there. Okay, so we will take this up and bring forward further discussion in this area. Barbara, in terms of evacuation, with regard to the current council year, which really is probably one of the next two meetings, should we be reaching out for any more discussions on evacuations?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I'm also looking to reach out to Parks and DPW with regard to an update. I think we know quite a bit about what's happening with Parks and Fire, but I'd like to give them an update on their projects in the current year. And the following meeting, expect Active Transportation to come and speak on their program. They were originally scheduled for this meeting, but I knew there was no room for it at all. And they're a good follow-up as Connect the Coast Side sort of wraps up things and prepares for their next draft. Okay, does anybody else have any other comments?
Yeah, Len, it seems as though I have signed up for 2 letters during the course of this meeting. The one with Dave on the bridge issues, and the other on redoing the letter on the signs. So I'm not sure the timetables you want to put on that, but those are 2 things that I'll be working on.
Sure, I guess the one on the signs needs to come to the next meeting and to stay within the deadline. As far as the bridge, I think, well, I'm assuming in one, I think you and Michelle took on the primary responsibility. In this other one, you'd be working with Dave. And I guess the question is whether you feel you could work together. Dave, was it your goal to bring a letter to the next meeting?
Yeah, I think we need to do it sooner rather than later.
Okay, but so
I think we can do both of those fairly quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I can put together a first draft and send it to you, and we can iterate back and forth, Claire.
That'd be fine. But I think we can present both projects pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, I would put them both on the agenda for next time. Thank you.
I would hope so after all the discussion.
Yep. Okay.
I'd also like to say we need to really try to look at how much, I don't know, I know you really made a big effort tonight, Len, to limit the amount of discussion so that we could get through this, but it is really late, and we probably do need to figure out exactly how much we can actually take on in one meeting.
I
agree.
I think, go ahead, Dave, were you going to say something?
No.
No, I think the one thing I can do is basically apply a time limit for the item as a whole, and basically ask the council and the community to work within that time frame.
That might work.
I got a comment.
Dan, I think you're opposed to that, I believe. So why don't you explain your thoughts?
You're a mind reader and a good one. So listen, I will say this and I will bring this up at every meeting. Our bylaws call for a free and open discussion and not to be shut down. So I want to take Claire's thought or suggestion to consider limiting the amount of agenda items that we're putting on. And listen, I'm a realist. Of course, we have to try to get through our meetings in a timely fashion, and we have to, kind of watch each of us. We have to watch the amount of time that we take. I don't speak that much. I speak very short and to the point. And some of my comments, I will object to be shut down, and I will do that over and over. Again, our bylaws call for a free and open discussion, and that includes the community. So I would like to lean towards, not packing the agenda with too many items.
Thanks for the input, Dan. I think if you look at it carefully, we're staying within the guidelines that are set up for the council.
I disagree.
Well, excuse me, I'd just like to weigh in. Len, you cut off Supervisor Horsley in the beginning of the meeting, so I thought that was really rude.
I thought it was graceful enough, and he worked with it. And my question really in the fire issue is that I think below the surface is an issue relating to whether the El Granada community surrounded by Quarry Park is favorable to take dramatic action or would like to live with it. But that's a question for another day. Okay, thank you, everybody. I think we'll adjourn the meeting.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night.